All right, so we're in storm alert. Yay, you can hear. We got the audio turned on this time around. There's the lookout in St. Charles. You know, it looks quiet. We had the thunderstorms this morning come through. That's actually set the stage for what we're expecting to happen this afternoon into this evening, at least one of the key ingredients for that. Looking down in Arnold Live right now, again, the sun's out, temperatures going back into the 70s. Notice the clouds, though, they are beginning to grow a little bit. We'll get into more of that in just a few minutes. So this morning, we had showers, some thunderstorms, even some, we think, brief tornadoes. They would have been quick hitting on the front line of the thunderstorm. The difference between this morning and what we expect this afternoon, those tornadoes that we had this morning, which haven't been confirmed but probably will be, were very small, very brief, very quick hitting. The scenario setting up this afternoon is for something that is bigger, lasts longer, and causes potentially more problems. So our temperatures are climbing back into the 70s as we recover. The boundary from those earlier storms this morning is floating down to the south of St. Louis. That boundary will lift back to the north. That is important because along that boundary, you get some local enhancements for the potential of spin as thunderstorms develop, and that increases the tornado threat. We're already starting to see these clouds become agitated here down 44, down towards Lake of the Ozarks. Tornado watch, that's for the entire 5 on your side area. This is going to run until 9 o'clock tonight. The radar locally, we're all quiet right now at 2 o'clock around St. Louis. That will change as the afternoon wears on. But for the immediate future, the next hour or so, in St. Louis, we're fine. We're probably fine in the metro area until about 4 o'clock or so. But we're starting to see the first of those showers and thunderstorms developing here. There's one just off to the southwest of Fort Leonard Wood. There's the other around the Lake of the Ozarks region. These are the areas where we're watching for the storms to initially build. And as they initially build, they're going to be individual supercell storms. It won't take them long to get to that status because the ingredients are there and they appear to be coming together for significant severe weather for some of us. Not everybody, but for some of us. And the best chance of that is going to be especially south of St. Louis, but probably including some portions of the metro area. So already around 80 in DeSoto, 76 in Chesterfield, St. Charles at 75. You're right around 70 farther to the north. The other thing we look at is the dew point temperature, how much moisture is in the air. This is a really good measurement of that. And we're seeing some dew points here. Notice how we kind of drop down into the lower 60s, St. Charles, Chesterfield, down to Farmington. And then once you get south, it gets a little more humid, and we're trying to pull that back up, that more humid air. So low 60 dew points, that's enough to create problems. Whatever thunderstorms develop out here to our west and southwest are quickly going to grow, become strong, if not severe, very quick this afternoon. We're talking within 30 minutes or so. And those storms will likely be rotating thunderstorms, capable of producing some very large hail. In some cases, we're talking about the potential for destructive hail, especially from these individual storms that we see heading towards the evening rush hour, another batch perhaps pushing into St. Louis. And even the computer modeling here kind of gives you that little hook echo. You kind of can tell the storms will be rotating. That rotating storm is capable of producing long track tornadoes. In other words, a tornado that isn't just a tiny little thing that's hit, boom, gone. It's something that stays on the ground for an extended period of time. That's why this is such a concern for us this afternoon, why we're already in storm alert. These individual storms into the early evening will be the ones capable of the worst of the weather. Once the front pushes through, even though there may be some additional storms right along the front, it's those individual storms out ahead of it that we're most concerned about. Once the front pushes through, though, that ends any severe weather threat. We just have to get to that point. That's, say, 8, 9 o'clock. So you don't have a basement. We all know the basement's the best place, right? Where do you go in your house? Well, you want to be inside, away from windows and doors. So that's an interior room on the lowest floor of whatever building you're in. We're avoiding the windows, we're avoiding the doors, we're staying away from outside walls, and you want to protect your head. So take a blanket, maybe a pillow. If you got a bicycle helmet, that's great. You want to protect your head. We all know the basement's the best place to be if you have that available. Again, you're going to wear your shoes and you're going to protect your head, even if you're going to the basement, because heaven forbid, if you actually have damage and there's broken glass around, you don't want to be stuck with trying to walk in bare feet or with just socks on and not have your shoes on, and you might get cut by glass. So, you know, we're telling you all these things. Don't want to get you worked up and excited or scared. We'll get through this together, but we do have that potential for some pretty intense thunderstorms here this afternoon. So that's a look at your 7-day forecast. Once we get past this, it's cooler for the next few days for sure. In fact, Monday's downright chilly, but it's relatively quiet. We have about 6 hours, maybe 7 hours to get through before things really get dicey here later on today. Again, all is quiet around St. Louis right now. That's going to change as we head towards the evening rush hour. We'll continue to keep you updated on developments as we go through the afternoon on 5 Plus and on KSDK.com. All right, so we want to get you caught up on what's going on now. Our first in our area warnings of the day coming in for northern portions of Gasconade County, northwestern portions of Warren County, and the western parts of Warren County, northwestern Franklin County, I should say. We'll get in a little bit closer here. Did they put max 2? Is that you, Gary? Okay, so they've got 2 in that. And you can see this cell right here pushing in. We'll come over here and kind of give you a little dissection of this storm. Obviously, it's headed towards Warrenton, and that is going to be working in here as we push towards about between now and 3 o'clock. And this is the part of the storm we're concerned about back here, right along the Missouri River, just to the north and northwest now of Herman. That is going to be pushing towards the east-northeast, right along kind of Highway 94. And we're going to see rotation probably develop and continue to develop in that area as time rolls on this afternoon. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. 3:41 is your arrival time, roughly, for the leading edge of this storm, or at least the heavier hail. And while we're not going to be seeing a lot of rotation in there right now, we are showing you the hail core popping up at this point. Large hail definitely likely with this storm. And as it tracks on to the east, you know, it continues to be a rotating supercell and continues to take advantage of what exists with the atmosphere. We'll have our potential here of this being problematic. So again, as you're looking at the broader perspective here, that cell that right now is out here in approaching western Warren County, think Hawk Point, think Truxton, you're in line for that. And really west of Highway 47 initially here. And that includes Jonesburg out in Montgomery County too, and Bridgeport in far western portions of Warren County. We'll watch this storm. It's going to have some rotation with it. You know, and so you've got to, and they're telling us, yeah, it's the velocity data is a little off here. But you're still going to have this storm rotating. Maybe not as intense as it actually looks like right now, but it's still got that supercellular look to it, and it will continue to press on towards the east here and into Warren County. So while there's no immediate threat of a tornado, the immediate threat seems to be from strong winds and potential hail with this, especially the hail. We could have golf balls or larger out of this storm as it pushes on to the east. One quick update here down to the south. These storms that are in portions of far southern Franklin County, down into Washington and Crawford County here, go down towards Merrimack State Park. You're starting to see things bubbling up and developing here. They're moving off towards the east and northeast. They'll come into the southern parts of the metro area and into Jefferson County. And again, moving into a very favorable environment. So we think we're going to see things blossom quickly here as we head through the evening hours. Don't want to discount that you go up towards Frankfort, northern portions of Pike County. You've got a cell developing up that way as well. So again, the biggest cell of the day is the one that right now is out here just to the northwest of Herman, and likely is producing not only large hail, but also probably starting to rotate and probably starting to spin. So it's taking on those supercellular characteristics. So if you're in western portions of Warren County, probably want to be thinking about where your safe place is, certainly inside, away from windows and doors, but also in the event that this thing actually starts spinning up a possible tornado, where would you go? Get to your safe place as this storm is getting close, or at least be prepared to do so in an instantaneous moment, because you got to be prepared for that. Nothing's in the immediate metro area, but this is all going to be blossoming very quickly as we head through the afternoon hours around St. Louis. So at the moment, we're at 80 degrees in St. Louis. All is quiet, but again, that's expected to change. Tornado watch is in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. We're going to keep you updated throughout the rest of the evening hours at 5 on your side. Well, we just want to get you a quick update of what's going on here. We're going to try to keep you updated here on 5 Plus and on KSDK.com and on TV as well as these storms kind of intensify. What we're tracking right now is a couple of areas. One that's out to the west of St. Louis, just south of Interstate 70. Another that's just south of Interstate 44. So the latest warning that just came out is for this couple of cells here that are developing northern portions of Washington County that's going to clip the southeastern portions of Franklin County and then move into Jefferson County. So these storms are moving to the east, northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So if we just kind of put a little track on where the strongest part of this storm is and take it off towards the east northeast, that puts it over towards Festus right around 4 o'clock and over towards Interstate 57 right around 4 o'clock. Of course, right during the rush hour. That's what you would expect for St. Louis with these storms. So keep in mind, hail is the main threat at the moment. Gusty winds, certainly possibility, but these storms are expected to begin to rotate at some point. And we're already starting to see, at least from a radar presentation, something that indicates that out here looking at this storm that's just to the north of Herman. There is some broad rotation for sure with this storm. We've seen some hail with it. And we'll put it into motion here over the last hour. You can see how that's moving along. Perhaps it's weakened just a little bit from the hailstones we were looking at, but that's going to run right along Highway 70 or just south of it, and at least the larger hail, and push towards Warrenton and Wright City. We'll see how long it maintains its strength and if it's capable of producing the severe hail, but it certainly is going to create some problems for our evening rush hour. Again, the entire region is under that tornado watch this afternoon. Other thunderstorms are developing across the area, and some of them are quickly becoming severe. There's another one that'll be moving into Pike County in the next 10 or 15 minutes. There's already one up over northern portions of Pike County, but it looks like some new development going up around the Middletown area right now, and that'll be pushing into Pike County, northwestern portions of Lincoln County. That may start producing some hail pretty quickly too. That's going to be your initial threat: large hail, some damaging winds, and if these storms can get rotating, the atmosphere is conducive to seeing the potential of some longer track tornadoes across the region, unlike those brief spin-ups that we saw this morning. So the tornado watch is in effect, and it does encompass the entire 5 on your side area. So here's a look at that tornado watch. Again, all of the 5 on your side area under that tornado watch. Temperatures across the area, they are in the 70s, close to 80 degrees. Lambert's coming in with 80 this hour, and that's just fuel to add to these storms as they fire around and along the Missouri River and to the south over the course of the next couple of hours. So we're continuing to monitor it at 5 on your side. We'll try to keep you updated about every 10 to 15 minutes here as we watch the radar and watch how things are evolving. But just know where your safe place is and be prepared if you need to seek shelter. Obviously, you want to stay inside and away from windows and doors while these stronger storms are pushing through. All right, skies are starting to get a little more stormy around the St. Louis area, so we wanted to get you a quick update on what's going on. We have some new warnings to talk about. None of them are in the immediate metro area, but they are starting to get close. So temperatures still around 80 in St. Louis, showers and thunderstorms developing, tornado watch for the entire area. That means conditions are favorable. It means the ingredients appear to be there for the potential of severe weather. We look at our weather radar around St. Louis. Immediate metro, we're okay. We go a little farther to the south and west, though, and boy, do we have a mess. We have several warnings in effect. So far, it's been large hail that we've been dealing with. This cell has potential here that we are watching down north of Richwoods, starting to spread over just south of Cedar Hill towards Hillsboro. This one has hail in it, and this cell is moving off towards the east-northeast. Now, there's the sign that it probably has a little bit of rotation with it as well. But that's not the immediate concern. The immediate concern is going to be right along the Franklin, Jefferson, Washington County lines there, where we end up with hail that may be up to the size or a little larger than golf balls. This storm out here is showing some rotation as we work our way in towards the Warrenton area too. And the more storms are developing farther to the south of that initial cell that's in northern portions of Montgomery County. So we'll watch those down into central Crawford County, pretty close to just south of Steelville. They'll have the potential to rotate too, and the potential's there certainly that any of these things not only produce some large hail, but also create some situations where we may be looking at some spin in the atmosphere. So kind of just getting a look at the velocity out there. Yeah, there's some circulation showing up southwest of Warrenton that probably is going to move towards the Innsbrook area. Just kind of keeping that in your back pocket as we track those storms. But that's a severe thunderstorm warning now, likely to get extended into eastern portions of Warren County as we got a little bit of an uptick there. Actually, we have a tornado warning now. So that just came in. So we have a tornado warning, and we're going to, hey, control room, we need to go with weather, storm alert, tornado warning, now. There it is,
There's
Gary.
the first one.
Yeah. So we've got a tornado warning, includes western St. Charles County. And I'm going to keep that on. Western St. Charles County, Warren County. Are we good to go? Are we good to go there? We need to go ASAP as soon as we can. Western portions of St. Charles County, this storm is rotating here as it's coming in from Warren County and around Warrenton. And so right along and just south of 70 is where that storm is. Yes, I'm ready. You go. You go to whatever you've got, and Gary's going to drive the computer here for a few minutes while we see what's going on.
Yep.
All right, we are tracking storms, 5 on your side in storm alert. This is going to take us through and into our 4 o'clock news now, as we do have severe weather and a new tornado warning in effect that includes Warren County and the western portions of St. Charles County. Keep in mind, it's a total different situation than what we were looking at earlier this morning when they were brief spin-up tornadoes. These types of storms, the supercell storms, have the capability of producing longer track, more significant tornadoes. So this is a tornado warning. Circulation showing up here southwest of Warrenton. That's west of Highway J. So it's probably right on Highway J and approaching Highway 47 here south of Warrenton would take it off to the east here towards Innsbrook. But anywhere in this area from Warrenton over to Wright City, south to Innsbrook, this whole area here, you need to be in your safe place at this point, as this is a severe thunderstorm producing perhaps golf ball to ping pong ball size hail, and then that circulation showing up here. Kind of get the visual look at the hook potentially there. Innsbrook directly in the path of the circulation. The circulation kind of, we spread out that path just a little bit as we go through time, but that takes it over towards Forestell as we work our way towards about 4:07. So this tornado warning is in effect now for western portions of St. Charles County and central and eastern portions of Warren County. There's the circulation kind of showing up here. Again, green towards the radar, red away, and we're kind of pushing that towards Highway U and towards Highway 47. So that circulation's there. Broad rotation trying to tighten up, and as that storm does that, the potential that it could produce a tornado. So it's radar indicated circulation right now. But if you're south of Warrenton along Highway 47 down towards Aspenhoff, over towards Highway F in the Innsbruck area, you need to get to your safe place now. That's going to be in the lowest floor of whatever building you're in. If you've got a basement, that's great. You go to your basement right now. If you don't have a basement, you're going to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible as these storms approach, staying away from windows and doors. We've seen a little uptick in the lightning on this as well. This tornado warning also includes Wentzville. It includes New Melle. It includes areas from about Lake St. Louis off to the west. You have a little bit of time before the storm gets there, but you need to be thinking about where your safe place is at this point. Additional thunderstorms are developing farther to the south as well. Some of those may also have the ingredients to not only be severe, as we're seeing the hail across the region, but also that potential that we may have some more rotation. Right now, the hail core looks like it's along Highway 47 and just south of Highway 70, kind of paralleling Highway 70 here through Warren County. And that's some larger hail, potentially up to the size of golf balls or ping pong ball size hail. That's going to cause damage. If we're whipping that around with some winds, and there could be 50 to 60 mile per hour winds in here, then we're also talking about wind-driven hail. That's a whole nother set of problems. And again, the potential that we have broken windows and broken glass. When you're going to your safe place, make sure you're wearing your shoes. Make sure you take something to protect your head, because we want you to maintain your calm, collected nature as we go through this situation. So, Warren County, this is north of the Missouri River, stretching into western portions of St. Charles County. This warning does not include O'Fallon just yet. It does not include Cottleville. It does not include the city of St. Charles. If this storm continues to maintain its intensity, continues to show signs of rotation, eventually we may be looking at this storm getting into other portions of St. Charles County. Right now we're pretty confident it's going to make it out towards the GM plant, out towards Wentzville, and then going out towards Forestell. Right now that circulation just to the southwest of Warrenton. Now I know at this point, you know, it's 3:30 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A lot of our elementary kids are just getting out of school in these areas. So the school districts will take the precautions necessary to keep those kids safe. And that means some of the kids may stay at school a little bit longer if their dismissal, say, is at 4 o'clock and this storm is in the vicinity. They'll hold the kids in the school where it's going to be safe. Okay, Innsbruck definitely in the path of this. Eventually Pauldingville, which is in far western portions of St. Charles County as well. And Gary, this isn't the only storm. This is our only tornadic storm. I want to widen out so you can see there's a couple of other storms that we're dealing with here, down to the south and also farther to the north. The one down to the south, this is coming into Jefferson County right now, out of southeastern portions of Franklin County. Think the Grubbville area. You guys had hail last night. You're getting some more of it right now. This is sliding towards the east. This is definitely going to have an impact here as it moves towards Interstate 55. And the atmosphere is actually more conducive in this area just south of St. Louis. From what we've been looking at from the Storm Prediction Center on our forecast analysis this afternoon, this area is actually more conducive to seeing storms that rotate and possibly develop into tornadoes as we head through the afternoon. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning, west central portions of Jefferson County. This is your tornado warning, the western parts of St. Charles County. I know your sirens went off over here in downtown St. Charles. I know your sirens are going off down in Augusta. You're not in that area really just yet, but it's working its way towards you as we see this storm tracking off to the east. The storm's moving about 40 miles per hour. So at that pace, that's going to put it over towards Wright City and over towards Wentzville around 3:45 to 4 o'clock or so, and a little after 4 o'clock. If it stays together and continues, we're kind of tracking where we think that circulation is, and it should be right over Highway 47 right now. The radar is always lagging just a little bit behind, so we would think that circulation is pretty close to right over Highway 47. Fox Glen Lane, that's an area where you need to be in your safe place right now. As we head over towards Linden Crossing, as well as in the Innsbruck area. You folks, even though the hail is mostly just to your north, you folks need to be in your safe place because this is where that storm is going to be tracking. Fox Glen Lane, over here to Alpine Lake Drive, Meadow Valley Drive. If you're in those subdivisions, it's not pouring at your house right now, but if there's a tornado, it's probably at the backside on the southwestern side of this storm, and it's moving to the east. North of that is where we're finding the hail. That's right along and just south of Highway 70 as this is pushing off towards the east. It looked like that was Warrenton High School right there, getting some of the larger hail at this moment right now. So again, this is all sliding off towards the east. We are looking at State Highway M going out of Warrenton there, and that's definitely an area where you wouldn't want to be out driving in that right now. And I don't know, Gary, if we've seen the traffic cameras out there in that area, but definitely torrential rain in that area as well.
Yeah, I've got that one still pulled up and looking ahead at that. It's pouring down rain. You still have plenty of the semis driving across 70. His person has driven across 70 a bunch, obviously. That's a spot where you're going to run right into this. And this specific one I had in Warrenton, it's right at the mile marker 191. So right now it just looks like rain that they're dealing with, not so much anything else. But that's going to be specifically as you can figure that out. They're on the north side of where the circulation is going to be anyway. So specifically, they're just in the heavy rain. It looks like they're north of the hail core anyway on 70 right there, right? So this is where likely that right across, about to cross State Highway M, where that hail specifically is, as you've kind of pointed out here. And it's this area that, maybe lags behind the radar a little bit. You can see where that's starting to pick up. And it's now across State Highway M. And I think if you're in Forrestal, the rain started to pick up. I would bet that you have at least a couple of minutes to get the car, as you're under this tornado warning right now specifically. But that's where the hail is really going to pick up right there.
Yeah, I think so. Just south of 70, maybe even right along 70, especially when you get out towards the truck stop there, the way station in Forrestal. So just keep that in mind. Again, right now showing this large hail core here stretching along Fruit Farm Road towards Stringtown Road. That's pushing towards Highway T, which takes us into western portions of St. Charles County. The circulation's still down here off to the southwest. That's the most concerning part of the storm outside of the hail. We're looking at that circulation, a radar indicated tornado. So the tornado warning in effect here in Warren County and western St. Charles County for this potential tornado that would be right in that area, and then tracking towards Linden Crossing. It eventually goes over Highway F here, probably just south of Highway M. Your hail up to golf ball, maybe ping pong ball size hail. That's large hail that's going to cause damage. There's not much we can do about hail. You just want to stay inside away from windows and doors. And if you're in the path of this storm, and again, you go up to Warrenton, the tornadic part of this storm, if it exists, is to your south. You've seen the heavy rain. You may have seen some hail. Farther to the north from there, there's not a threat for a tornado. And really, now to the west of Highway 47. If you're west of Highway 47, that tornado threat out in Warren County would be over. It is now east. That circulation is now east of Highway 47. Innsbruck in the path of this potential tornado. It's radar indicated. We see the circulation on the radar screen. We also have other thunderstorms that we continue to watch.
I'm looking at this one. I'm going to switch this for you, but this is one that doesn't have a warning for it yet, but it's one of those ones that I wouldn't be surprised that we want to look out near Hillsborough specifically, where we're starting to see a little bit more rotation with this as I switch the product for you. And it's right there. You can see that a little bit more well-defined specifically. Like we said, this area specifically is not a warning just yet, but it's a severe thunderstorm warning right here, and it's this toward and away from the radar. And those are the two areas that we're looking at specifically. Not under the tornado warning right now, but more storms like this will continue to be possible over the next couple of hours, as this is a pretty favorable environment for these storms to develop and continue to strengthen. So this is near, this is the severe thunderstorm warning until 4 o'clock for Franklin and Jefferson. So, you still have about 5 minutes. What's likely to happen is they're either going to extend that severe thunderstorm warning or maybe issue a tornado warning downstream for more of these, maybe portions of those counties, and then downstream further as these are moving about 40 miles an hour. So that's the area that we're looking at for specifically. Same type of deal. There's some spots where hail is embedded, where you're going to look up to golf ball size hail in some cases, perhaps, maybe even larger down the road. But it's those areas specifically that maybe we're starting to see a little bit of that rotation. And this is State Road C right now, State Road B from Morse Mill on the south side, maybe the north side of Cottage Farm here, as this continues to track off to the east at about 40 miles an hour. And so that's from a broad perspective what we're looking at. And it's these areas, this is going to impact, perhaps it will impact you somehow, but it's a matter of how it's going to impact Imperial, Peevely, and Festus along 55 South. And that's where meteorologist Tracy Henson is going to be looking at here down the road. And you can see our camera shots, but we have several of those storms on the second half. The box on the bottom right of your screen, those are several storms in a row that are all rotating in some fashion as they continue to enter. And this is near Hillsborough, the broad picture that Scott is showing you right now, DeSoto, Festus. This is about to cross the river here. These are moving about 40 miles an hour. You'll notice how they're all starting to take just a little bit of the edge of those. That's where the rotation is starting. And as those storms continue to rotate just a little bit, they're moving in a row, moving in a favorable environment, and that's where they may strengthen, and that's where we may see the potential for rotation as we continue to see another severe thunderstorm warning for Washington until 5 o'clock. So that's the first line of these. You'll notice how they just all kind of move in that specific area. That's still the only tornado warned storm right now at this point. As you look up to the north, we still have similar looking storms as they look very similar in nature. You'll notice how we have the classic red, yellow, orange, and then purple where the hail is, but notice how they're all starting to rotate when you watch this loop for 2-3 hours, especially this one, right? When you compare it to this one, which is the current tornado warning, and you can see how it's all starting to take those characteristics here south of Warrenton, south of Wright City right now, as we probably work to pull up some of the MoDOT cams on 70, especially Wentzville. I think Wentzville has one of the higher MoDOT cams up above anything, and it's actually one of the clearer ones that we have. So that's going to be something that we'll look out for the potential of obviously blinding rain, very, very difficult, but it's going to be O'Fallon, Cottleville, Weldon Spring, and over the next 20 to 30 minutes, we'll see how this storm continues and how other storms continue as we start to work our way. But really, I would say near Warrenton, despite you being in this tornado warning still, this would be an area, Scott, that I would say that most likely Warrenton is on the back edge of this right now. It's going to be Wentzville, O'Fallon, Missouri, Cottleville, maybe Weldon Spring, and we'll see how this does when it gets closer to the river.
Yeah, and we're continuing, you can see there is the classic hook there. So this tornado warning is set to go until after 4 o'clock. Just want to let the control room know that we will pause at 4 o'clock for the newscast open, and then we'll come right back to our continuing coverage here as we track the potential of tornadoes along with large hail from these severe thunderstorms across the area. Right now, the only tornado warning is out along Interstate 70 here, and the circulation is mainly south of Interstate 70. It's now moving south of Wright City. This storm is moving to the east, maybe east-northeast, at about 40 miles per hour. So now you're starting to pick up the rain coming into Wentzville, and it's that blinding rain as you go west on 70 from there. The tornado warning for western St. Charles County, it includes New Melle, but it's really the area between New Melle up through about Wentzville. In this rural area out here, lots of hills and farm country, that's where it's most likely that we will end up seeing circulation and potentially a tornado if it's going to touch down. The hail core is north of that. It's right along and just south of Interstate 70. Hail up to the size of golf balls, maybe ping pong ball size hail with these storms, and certainly some gusty winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour possible with this. Now we're starting to see this spread farther east, Lake St. Louis, O'Fallon, Dardenne Prairie. If this thing holds together, the circulation showing up very close to, if not just east of Innsbruck right now, and that's pushing towards Pauldingville. So right along Highway T, there on your St. Charles, Warren County line in western portions of St. Charles, eastern portions of Warren County. Right now, that severe thunderstorm is producing a possible tornado indicated by radar, and that's why we had the tornado warning here in effect until about 4 o'clock this afternoon. This is one of many storms across the area. Severe thunderstorm warning, Pike County in Missouri. Hail, a big threat with that. Those storms may also be rotating. Severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson County in Missouri, Crawford and Washington counties in Missouri. The storm south of St. Louis also showing signs of rotation at this hour, and everything is pushing off to the east, and we think this is probably going to get extended.
Yeah, and I would say, Scotty, I was going to say that law enforcement reporting rotation spotted right at that 70-64 interchange. So they're basically looking specifically at that area. And I pulled it up on the MoDOT traffic cam. I want to say that's cam 16 for you back there, Eric, if you could pull that up, or router 16. There should be a way to get that up in the MoDOT. I pulled that one up, and I think that's what they're talking about specifically. They're looking back this way specifically, and that's where they're seeing that rotation here. So as you look ahead of that, you know, it's going to be it's quite interesting. You can kind of see that on this specific traffic cam, but it's that area right there that we're dealing with, that rotation, and that's the reason for the tornado warning, of course, Scott.
Yeah, and you can see now some new developments going up out around the Cottleville area. So that's going to be in the Harvester area and the Cottleville area. That's not severe just yet, but what we see is these storms rapidly growing. And I can tell you, it probably did look pretty gnarly here in this area around Wentzville, even though that's not where we're seeing the more substantial rotation showing up. That's actually back here now. It's off to the east of Innsbruck and stretching out, about ready to move towards the Pauldingville area right now in western portions of St. Charles County. Again, if you're in western portions of St. Charles County, far eastern portions of Warren County, you need to be in your safe
16.
place right now. At this point, if you're in Warrenton and points
cam
west,
16, like you can
there
actually
is no
see the
severe
cloud.
threat for the time
Flash
being.
that up,
We've
even if
seen
it's
that
full
go
screen.
on. And then you have the area around Cottleville to Harvester here,
MoDOT.
right along 364 that's starting to blow
Wentzville,
up.
I've got it
that
already
includes
routed.
St.
It just needs
Peter's
to go
as
through
well.
there.
And that area is going to continue to blossom. 5 on your side's continuing to track these severe thunderstorms across the St. Louis area and the potential that they not only produce severe weather, but also the potential that they produce tornadoes. You are watching 5 on your side.
As we go on the air at 4, severe storms blowing up across western and southern portions of our viewing area. Here's a live look from our camera in Arnold. We have received reports of golf ball-sized hail in Herman, Missouri, and also Scott Connell, our weather team, tracking any possible tornadoes in the area. We are in storm alert, and we have a tornado warning in effect for parts of western St. Charles County. Thanks for being here. I'm Kay Quinn.
And I'm Brent Solomon. Now, this severe weather could actually bring tornadoes, as well as that destructive hail that you just heard about, even to the St. Louis area. We have team coverage for you at this hour. We want to get right now to our chief meteorologist, Scott Connell, who is tracking the storm minute by minute.
Yeah, and Tracy Hinson's out in the storm tracker. Gary Frank is here with me in studio. We continue to track these storms. Again, we have a tornado warning that continues for western portions of St. Charles County, extreme eastern portions of Warren County right now for that cell that has shown signs of rotation and has shown the potential of producing a tornado. We've also seen large hail with not only that storm, but the other storms you're seeing on your screen from western portions of now into Monroe County, Illinois, new severe thunderstorm warning, back out towards Hillsborough and Jefferson County, and then northern and central portions of Washington County, Crawford County in Missouri, and up into Pike County in Illinois. Obviously, we're going to focus on what the biggest threat seems to be, and that would be where we have our tornado warning. Right now, far eastern portions of Warren County. Right along and just south of 70 is where we're looking at this storm that's causing the problems. I'm going to add the velocity in here. You know, there is a bit of a circulation here approaching the Pauldingville area. So again, that's why we want you to be in your safe place. That circulation has passed now the area in and around Innsbrook. So Innsbrook, back to the west towards Warrenton, you're out of the warning, it's not a problem. If you are in Pauldingville, you need to be in your safe place right now. And we're going to get a little tighter in here so you can really see some of the places where the circulation might be as we go through time.
Jefferson County now.
Jefferson County gone with a tornado warning?
Yep.
Okay, so we'll go back out to that. So new tornado warning for Jefferson County. Again, if you're along here, Highway N, Highway Z out here into St. Charles County, south of Highway 70 between Wentzville and Forestell, you need to be in your safe place now. Let's go farther south and we'll take it down here to Jefferson County. We are seeing now just upgraded a tornado warning here that does include the Hillsborough area at this point. So the storm hail is north of Hillsborough. The circulation potentially is just off to the west or southwest of Hillsborough. And Gary was talking about this a few minutes ago. You can see there's circulations in here. There's rotation in the storms. The question is, how tight does it get and if it's able to drop a tornado? Those are answers we don't know. But we also know that this area south of St. Louis is a more favorable area. What we've been looking at is some of the indices that we look at to detect the potential for tornadoes and how much energy, how much available instability, how much wind shear, all of the indices that we look at are kind of off the scale here, just to the south of St. Louis. So now a tornado warning is in effect in Jefferson County and especially central portions of Jefferson County. So let's track that one out, and doing that at about 40 miles per hour. The potential of where that circulation is and where it's going, it'll be pushing towards Festus. So Gary, the timing on this, Mappaville here in the next couple of minutes, Peevely about 4:16. So, you know, the circulation's back here just to the west of Hillsborough. It'll be working its way towards the east. This is a big impact. 55 going southbound here. We're picking up the rush hour around St. Louis. So that's going to be a problem. This heavy rain, hail, maybe up to golf ball size hail with this storm, and that circulation with a potential tornado. Eventually it crosses the river, heads towards Valmeyer at about 4:26, and then on to the east across eastern portions of Monroe County. Now, if you're out ahead of this storm, you have time. In fact, any of these storms, if you're ahead of them and you live, say, in a mobile home, you might want to go ahead and give yourself a 15-20 minute trek here to scoot somewhere where you can find some safer, more substantial shelter at this point. So tornado warning, and you see the lightning that's really kicked up down there across central portions of Jefferson County. That's with that tornado warned storm there for the Hillsborough area, and that tornado's down in Imperial as well as Peevely and Festus.
Tracy's down there if we want to see what she's
Let's
doing.
see what
because
Tracy
I know
has.
she's specifically right near Barnhart, so we might want to check in with her and see what it looks like. I bet the weather tracker looks pretty good.
Tracy, what do you have?
Yeah. Hi, Scott and Gary. Okay, so really right now just a lot of dark, heavy clouds. Currently our camera is pointed south along Interstate 55 towards Barnhart and Peevely. The main heart of that system, though, as you can see, is further down to the south. We've got our tornado warning going off right now, so we are pulling off. But one thing I do want to show you as we make our way to a gas station is just how many cars are headed right into this storm. You can see that right now. So a lot of people are probably just about to get those warnings on their phone, and it is busy along Interstate 55 right now. So if you do know anybody who is traveling this way, give them a call. They'll want to know about that storm.
All right, so that is in Jefferson County, and that's where Tracy is right now, kind of staying ahead of the storm. And you can see the ominous skies that we're looking at there. Trying to see if I can get the camera up from Jefferson College. It is not coming up for me at this moment in Hillsborough, but no doubt it is dark and somewhat scary there, as it should be with this type of storm moving in. What we've seen throughout the course of this last hour or so is the rapid development of these storms moving to the east. So let's just go through where the warnings are, and then we're going to hone in. First of all, the 2 tornado warnings. We have 2 tornado warnings, and in these cases, you need to be in your safe place right now. That's central portions of Jefferson County from about Hillsborough off to the east. The storm circulation is pretty close to Hillsborough. You see how bright and white it got there just in the last few frames of that? That's a lot of cloud-to-ground lighting, often an indicator that the storm is intensifying. Still a tremendous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning with that storm coming into western St. Charles County. I think it's safe to say that if you're in Warren County, if you're west of Forestell, now your threat of severe weather has come to an end as that's pushing into western portions of St. Charles County. We have severe thunderstorm warnings up in Pike County, severe thunderstorm warning farther south with those storms down in Washington and Crawford County as well. Hail is the main threat with those, but also those storms will likely start rotating here very soon. Most populated area under a tornado warning right now is the Wentzville area. That circulation doesn't really look as impressive as it did, but
immediately hit the deck for the loose ball. This is
but it is coming into this area here just west of Wentzville and just south that circulation is. And the tornado warning will be extended into much of the rest of St. Charles County. So they're going to extend this, and that means that includes O'Fallon. So right now the circulation southwest of Wentzville. Tornado warning is coming for much of the rest of St. Charles County. You need to be in your safe place. Again, this is going to be tracking along and just south of 70 for much of the next half hour to 45 minutes or so, which will place this storm in places like O'Fallon. It'll place it into St. Peters. Darden Prairie, also looking at that circulation heading in your general direction, maybe into Cottleville, but odds are it's going to be just a little north of Cottleville as time goes on. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings continue to be across the area. Tornado warning is in the process of getting extended for this storm here that is right now working its way through Wentzville. I want to see if we can get, try this very quickly, flipping it over to the velocity mode. And I may be able to get it, Gary. I don't know if I'm going to be able to, but
okay.
we're gonna try this. I just want to see what it looks like from the terminal Doppler radar. And it's not going in there. Let's see. Pop it in, and let's see if we can make it move. Well, we did not do that. So, anywho, Gary, it didn't work for me. But they're extending that warning out there in St. Charles County. At least that's what they've just told us on NWS chat. Half-inch hail, the GM plant in Wentzville. Again, the larger hail has been generally right along 70, and it looks like it's kind of shifting now to go up on the north side of 70, up towards Josephville and St. Paul for your larger hail. That's where the hail core is. Then the circulation is back here that is very close to Wentzville, and will probably pass awfully close to the 4064 interchange there. And Highway Z. You've got the cinemas out there. You know, that whole area of Wentzville is so built up out there by Highway Z, an incredible amount of population that has moved into St. Charles County, and that area under a tornado warning that's going to get extended a little farther to the east. We check in on the storm to the south. Again, a tremendous amount of lightning here. Looks like that rotation perhaps has moved a little farther off to the east. Let's scan that. Looks like now we're talking about that rotation sliding in east of Hillsborough and pushing on from there. So gusty winds, some circulation in here. You see the reds and the greens showing up on your screen. That's the towards and away from the radar site. These are the storms that we are most concerned about, the ones that have that rotation in them, and a tornado warning in effect here across Jefferson County. And if you're in Nappaville, over towards Peevely, over towards Festus, any of this area that's in that stretch of 55 and out towards State Highway Z here in Jefferson County, you need to be in your safe place at this point. Hail, some gusty winds, and potentially the circulation indicating the possibility of a tornado there. Severe thunderstorms also across much of Washington and into Crawford County. So we have the warnings there as they continue to intensify, and additional warnings farther to the north with those storms up into portions of Pike County, Missouri. Here is your supercellular storm that's working its way in the Wentzville area rotation with this, some hail with this. It's getting pretty close to the radar site, so they're getting some low-level scans of that right now. But the anticipation was, as of a few minutes ago, that they were going to extend that warning further into St. Charles County here over the next few minutes.
Yeah,
and there it is.
There it is.
So it does include Cottleville. It basically includes from Highway 40 and 94 north, and it does include a small chunk of, right now, Calhoun County, up just south of Grafton, and also a chunk of St. Louis County.
Some of these areas
yeah.
which had a tornado warning at 7 o'clock this morning, so they're hearing the sirens for the second time today.
Yeah, and the thing that's different with this, Gary, as this storm tracks off to the east, the biggest difference with this is this morning's storms, they were producing spin-up tornadoes that are very small, very brief. They don't last very long, and the damage because of that is fairly limited. In this particular case, you have supercell thunderstorms that the whole storm in and of itself is rotating. So the environment's more favorable for a tornado to drop out of that storm and stay on the ground for a longer period of time, in addition to being more capable of producing that large hail, perhaps up to the size of quarters, up to golf balls, that sort of thing. So this new tornado warning includes much of St. Charles County, the northern portions of St. Louis County, and a small southern tip here of Jersey County. I should say Calhoun County. It just stops short of the Jersey County border. So the storm's coming in towards O'Fallon and St. Paul right now. The worst of this is probably going to track right along and just north of Highway 70 based on its current track. That'll take it towards 370 Lakeside Park. Big campground there. If you're in that area, you need to find more substantial shelter, okay? You've got a few minutes before it gets there. That is right in this area, so you got about 5 minutes or so. There's a gas station just out of there and across the street. You can also go into the shelters that are there. They have, you know, the office, and then you have some bathhouses out there as well. But that's a place that is of concern right now. If you're in a mobile home, we have some mobile home parks that are along and just south of Interstate 70 or just north of Interstate 70. You need to be in a more substantial building for the duration of this storm. And you have a few minutes in St. Peter's. You have a few minutes over towards St. Charles to get to a more substantial shelter. But if you're out in this area right now, very close to O'Fallon, just north of Darden Prairie, you need to be in your safe place now. That's in the basement. You want as many walls between you and the outside as possible if you don't have a basement. So interior rooms like hallways, closets, that's the safest place to be. Now, if we put a track on this storm and just give you some cities here, let's just track where the circulation we believe to be is. Pretty close to O'Fallon right now. And I know we're kind of doing a smaller track, but these are the areas where we would be most concerned with the potential for a tornado. And that does include, especially on the north side of St. Peter's, into the city of St. Charles, especially on the north side of St. Charles, and then over towards Florissant and over towards Blackjack. So North St. Louis County, St. Charles County, tornado warning in effect right now. And these dangerous storms with rotation and radar indicated rotation are moving to the east. We also have a pretty good sized storm blowing up over downtown St. Louis. And then we go to the south and we have your intense thunderstorms that have prompted a tornado warning across parts of Jefferson County now. So it looks like that circulation probably in this area just to the west of Festus and near Mappaville right now. So that's okay. Yeah, you've got a couple of photos?
Yeah, we're getting some photos now. Let's go ahead and see if we can get some of those. We'll check back in with you, Scott. We're getting these images in from viewers at home right now. David Primo in Hillsboro, Missouri shared this with us. This was just before 4 o'clock. Take a look at the sky right there, the dark sky over the homes there. The dark cloud actually billowing above houses in in Hillsboro, Missouri. Thank you, David Primo.
And we're taking a look at some viewer photos from Warrenton. Pretty major hail there right now. Kelly Chandler Pruitt shared this with us. Look at the size of that, and it's accumulating quite a bit as well. We also had reports of golf ball sized hail out of Herman, Missouri earlier, and also looking at half-inch hail in parts of Wentzville. So this is just a sampling of what's going on in such a broader area that, you know, thanks to our viewers. If you can safely take a photo and pass it along, that's great, but don't put yourself in danger. If you are in an area where there is a tornado warning right now, you need to be away from windows. So just be careful as you take these photos and send them our way.
These images really giving you a real perspective of exactly what Scott and our weather team are telling you about right now. You'll want to be very careful and be mindful of what's happening as we speak.
All right, let's get back to Scott Connell. He's tracking the storms.
Gary's here with me. Gary Frank is here with me in the Weather First Weather Center. We also have Tracy out in the storm tracker getting reports of golf ball size hail, numerous reports in St. Charles County from this particular system as it's pressing on through. So again, just kind of timing that out for you and looking at the overall perspective here that we have. And Gary, you'll have to go around that. The overall perspective here is there are three distinct areas. One is to the south of St. Louis and includes parts of the southern part of the metro area. That does include that tornado warning in central Jefferson County. Rotation indicated by radar. No confirmed tornado, but certainly large hail with that storm, and the rotation indicated by radar. Also in a very favorable area for storms to spin. The storm that's in St. Charles County, we've lost a bit of that hook, but lots of reports of golf ball size hail with that storm, especially along and north of Highway 70. If you're in O'Fallon, over to St. Peters to St. Charles, especially if you are living just north of Highway 70, you should be in your safe place for sure right now as that circulation rolls on through. Another intense storms coming out of Montgomery County into far northern portions of Warren County, western portions of Lincoln County. That doesn't have a warning on it yet. Probably is going to produce at least large hail. We'll see if it rotates. And then you have the storms up in Pike County going into northern Calhoun County. They have a severe thunderstorm warning. And Gary, just another severe thunderstorm warning issued across portions of St. Clair and into portions of Washington and Clinton counties.
Yeah, and it seems like we have no shortage of golf ball size hail reports. So, even if you're not involved in one of these areas, make sure if you can get if you're safe and the storms are not moving in, and you can get your car in a safe space, because we have no shortage of not only a quantity of hail, but large hail as well. As we look at a few of these different storms, what you're going to continue to see over the next several hours, and we've kind of been neglecting this small specific area here, Festus, and this is all part of an area where we continue to see this one little small polygon with, just this tornado warning that's still in place here for another few minutes. And you see now Lincoln County, Missouri, and Warren County until 5:15. So we continue to add tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings specifically. But this is the storm still from really now through Lake St. Louis. This is pretty much over for you right now, but O'Fallon all the way north of St. Peter still. And this is whereas we continue to show you the specific area where you're still seeing that larger hail. I think overall, there are a couple of other small systems here behind that as well that we continue to see the potential for that weak rotation. And even as we look to the north, these are areas that we haven't spoken about as much because they're not maybe under the tornado warning at this moment, but they're still showing signs where we still may see that possibility. And here's that storm from O'Fallon as it stays at least north of St. Charles right now, north of 70. But this is definitely going to be a situation that impacts the airport in some regard, whether or not they're taking shelter or just in preparation here as you kind of zoom out and look ahead, because I think overall, this is where we're going to continue to see this follow, perhaps north of 70, just right north of 270 as well. And I think, overall, that's where we're going to continue to see more of these specific storms. And now one that just developed right over downtown St. Louis as we continue to see more of these into the Metro East. Once again, Scott, like you mentioned, a favorable environment that even storms that are not tornado warned or barely severe thunderstorm warned, still we have to watch for the potential downstream for spinning or golf ball size hail or greater at this moment.
Yeah, and again, the tornado warning in effect right now in St. Charles County and that in northern portions of St. Louis County for that one storm that's out around O'Fallon. Storm spotters are telling us The golf ball size hail is just too numerous to even report all of them from O'Fallon, and getting some reports now of 2-inch hail around O'Fallon and Lake St. Louis. So that happened with the core of that storm, which looks like it's spiking again as it approaches the north side of St. Peter's and heading on up towards 370. And again, Lakeside Park, we need you to be in your safe place as well. Severe thunderstorm warning: Calhoun, Greene, Jersey, Lincoln, Pike. You got them all in here. This whole area, wherever we've got a storm developing, it's pretty much going severe at this point. You can see some of the traffic cameras. Where's that first one? That's Lake St. Louis. Traffic slow go there because of the rain. You have another traffic camera there, and I'm not sure if that one was Wentzville, Gary, but down to the south, and it just changed a little bit. And we got a new tornado warning here that's coming out for Monroe County. That cell that was in Jefferson County, as it's crossing 55, we are working that cell towards Valmeyer and Waterloo and Maystown. And now you need to be in your safe place. So this is a new tornado warning. And let's add another one to it. It looks like we have, I'll check, just double check to make sure that's just a continuation of the warning in North St. Louis County. We also have this severe thunderstorm warning here with reports of 1.5 inches hail not too far from Freeburg. That storm likely will start rotating at some point soon as well. Let's go with this storm here. This is the newest tornado warning, has more of a signature on it. We'll stop it here and kind of pinpoint what's going on. Gary, as we look at the velocity on here, you can still see that couplet right there. And that's crossing 55 now. So that's where the circulation is at the moment. If we kind of track that out with the time frame of where we think the worst of this storm is and potentially where that tornado is, just going to the east-northeast, you know, it may go just north of Valmeyer. I'd be in my safe place. It may go just, you know, south of Waterloo. I'd still be in my safe place. But here in central portions, Wartburg, Monroe City, you need to be in your safe place here in Monroe County, Illinois, as this storm is definitely rotating and continuing to press in. Numerous severe thunderstorms across the area. And look at the one that's popping up right over St. Louis City right now. This producing drenching rain just in time for the evening rush hour. While it doesn't look severe with this scan, it has really blown up very quickly. And of course, that's probably producing at least pea-size hail, which is really going to slow things down. Tornado warnings. The two areas we're most concerned about: far eastern Jefferson County, in that area around Festus up to Peevely, and then across the river into Monroe County, Illinois. And then the storm that's in St. Charles County that has a history of producing hail, and now a report of up to baseball-size hail. And, well, we can take a 3-inch hailstone from reported by one of the National Weather Service employees who's out in O'Fallon. So this storm, especially on the north side of O'Fallon and right along 70, producing large hail. You know, St. Louis has the two costliest hailstorms in U.S. history in the record books. And this one going along Interstate 70, once again, would certainly be a candidate once things are said and done. Tracy's out in the storm tracker. We've got other reporters out. You can see the drenching rain coming in downtown St. Louis right now. Probably some pea-size hail with that. Looking at the radar, we're just going to kind of put this into motion. This is the broad view. We've taken off all the warnings. We've taken off the lightning so you can see where the most intense storms are. Again, we lost the hook on that storm as it moved into O'Fallon, but we didn't lose the hail. Up to 3-inch hail. That's over the size of a baseball working its way across portions of northern St. Charles County. That's going to eventually move across far northern portions of St. Louis County, so especially along and north of 270 in St. Louis County. You have the cell that's developing right over St. Louis. That's moving along the Madison-St. Clair County line. You have the tornado warning cell that's here in Jefferson County moving into Monroe County. That's also producing hail. These other storms back to the southwest down 44, they are hail producers as well, along with the storms that we're seeing up to the north going across Lincoln County as well as into portions of Pike and Calhoun counties in Illinois. So very active. You need to be in your safe place, Gary.
Yeah, and we've got most recent severe thunderstorm warnings now for that storm you just mentioned, St. Louis City, St. Louis County, as we continue to look at things right now. I do want to look ahead at this storm system. This was what Scott was looking at, and he was trying to mess with it earlier when we were talking about finding the specific velocity of this. As we look ahead, this has already, this is area with ping pong ball sized hail. And what you're going to look at specifically in downtown, but as we continue to look at that O'Fallon, this is the one that has created some hail that's been larger than up to baseball size. And as we look throughout the next several hours, that's what we're going to see more of as it pushes north of 70. What we'll still look ahead for is this specific storm, and I wanted to look ahead to this area that's kind of been rain wrapped. And this is what Tracy mentioned in the weather tracker, and you can really see this, the ominous looking clouds with this as we kind of pull this up. And you've seen that as we've had those 3 boxes with the radar and 2 different shots from the weather tracker. So if you want to flash that up at any point, feel free. But this is the area that has this tornado warning in place until about 5:15, as Hecker and Redbud not involved in that here at this point. But this is the area where the velocity here is red, away from the radar, green toward. And it's this specific spot right about here that we still look at that potential circulation. And that's why the tornado warning has been continued for downstream as very heavy rainfall. Scott was trying to mess with this earlier and show you specifically from the terminal Doppler. And this is kind of something we've talked about over the last few days, as the St. Louis radar, which is pretty much in Weldon Spring, has been down for maintenance. Got up just in time for today, so we've been using the terminal Doppler a little bit closer, and you kind of can see the circulation specifically in O'Fallon, or at least it picks this up a little bit better. And that's really right north of 70. As it continues to work towards St. Charles, and that is the area that we look at. And as I show you this specifically, you can probably see it just a little bit better than previously as I switched both of those radar products. You can see that from O'Fallon, and it's right here. This is the area that's just really on the northeast side of O'Fallon, so this is north of St. Peter's, and this is where, as it continues to say right north of 70, near Highway C, that's what's moving off to the east at about 40 miles an hour. And so that is the area that the circulation with up to ping pong, golf ball, and baseball sized hail in some cases. And we're also looking at some of these other minor areas that are not under tornado warning right now, but they're also involved in that. So that's what we're looking at here overall, Scott. And it's these. There are many other little circulations that don't have a tornado warning, and those areas are getting extremely large hail at the very least as this continues throughout this evening.
Yeah, okay, so the tornado warning in Jefferson County now has expired because the storm has moved off to the east. But we're focused on that storm now as it's coming into Monroe County. And again, showing the signs here of a hook that has now passed the Levee Road. So if there's a circulation, it's pretty close to Maystown and Monroe City at this point, and moving towards Maystown Road, Burkesville, St. Joe, in the direct path of that. You should be in your safe place right now. Let's get another perspective of this. I want to show you the velocity here. And this is out of the radar. This is actually out of the terminal Doppler, because we get an image out of this literally every minute. And now that circulation really showing up in that area here, just between Monroe City and Maystown. So again, if you're anywhere along Maystown Road, over to Altus Road, Bushy Prairie Road, you folks are under the gun in the next 30 seconds to a minute and a half. You need to be in your safe place now. This is in Monroe County, Illinois. Definitely a circulation showing up there. It's among other circulations that are showing up. New severe thunderstorm warning now to include the city of St. Louis, across the river for the storm that was blowing up over downtown. So northern Madison County, southern Madison County, and northern St. Clair County. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning. It is going to be a rough commute home if you're encountering these storms for sure. The tornado warning in St. Charles County, that does continue. We lost the hook on the storm. They're still inspecting it, kind of see where you got a little glitch on the radar there. The National Weather Service is looking at all the different levels of the storm, doing kind of just basically an exploring the storm to see where the circulations are, where the hail is, and trying to see how it's all working together. We know we've had upwards of baseball and larger size hail across parts of St. Charles County, especially from around O'Fallon. Looks like that's rolling just along in north of 370. Of course, you've got all of those industrial complexes along 370, your distribution centers, lots of tractor trailers that travel that area through the course of any given day, and that area is under a tornado warning, but the circulation not as well defined as perhaps it was earlier. Nonetheless, you still need to be in your safe place as this storm is working now. Most likely going to stay north of downtown St. Charles, but maybe as you go up to Elm and 370, that area between 370 and 70, the most likely to see some problems there. You see the storm tracker, you see travel impacted across the area, and again, severe thunderstorms are across the region. Some have the capability of producing tornadoes, thus the tornado warning that we have in effect right now. That includes Monroe County, Illinois, and the tornado warning for North St. Louis County, as well as into St. Charles County and extreme southern portions of Jersey. I should say, I did it again. Instead of Jersey County, extreme southern portions of Calhoun County. You'll get in on it, Jersey County. It won't be too much long. But we do have that supercell heading towards Maystown right now. That is a biggest concern because that's where the best circulation is showing up. And again, a lot of lightning with that too. Just in the last couple of images, you can really see how that's kind of wrapping around with that classic supercell. Monroe City to Maystown, again, safe place now. In fact, the storm may even be crossing just east of there in the next minute or two. So just going out a little farther, if you're over towards the Tipton area, if you're in this area towards Burkesville, you should be in your safe place. Highway 3, Illinois 3, you should be in your safe place. I suspect this will get extended into southern portions of St. Clair County too. If you're over in that area between Hecker and Redbud, start prepping now for where you need to go for your safe place. What do you have for me, Jeff?
Scott, we are looking at some pictures that the viewers are sending in and our photographers on the scene. O'Fallon, Missouri is seeing some dark clouds right now. We had viewers share these images with us, and you can see how dark and even the blue skies are beginning to look. Again, please share your images with us, but be safe. Do not go out into a dangerous situation. O'Fallon, Missouri, seeing some pretty major hail. We've got an image just in from Adam Peel. Hail bigger than a quarter, some even the size of golf balls. And another viewer shared this photo, even a bigger piece of hail. And we're starting to get some other images from viewers. David Primo in Hillsboro, Missouri, shared with this, shared us this picture just before 4 o'clock. You can see those dark clouds billowing over houses there. And more photos now. Warrenton saw some pretty major hail. Kelly Chandler Pruitt shared this with us. And Scott, you can see the size of that hail. It looks very dangerous if you're out there.
Yeah, and you know, the thing last night with the hailstorm and this morning with the isolated tornadoes, those storms last night didn't really have the wind with them. They didn't have that tornado capability because the rotation wasn't there. These storms are in an environment where not only do we have to deal with large hail, but in some cases, destructively large hail, up to the size of baseballs. So again, that's what we're concerned about. The large hail, the rotation in the thunderstorms, and the potential that we're going to be seeing tornadoes too. So, you know, we're looking at what we got for you here. The two tornado warnings that we're most concerned about, and really the one that looks most impressive from a circulation standpoint, is this one that's down in Monroe County. This storm is going to track south of Waterloo. If you're in Waterloo, you may have hail, but you won't have the tornado there. The tornado, though, is very close to the Burkesville area.
Look at the,
it's around Maystown and pushing off to the east.
Well, you won't be able to see it, Scott, but look at that's the weather tracker. You can see somewhat of a wall cloud, it seems like, as they're trying to point that.
Yeah, and we're going to pop this on here. It looks like we have radar confirmation from this storm. Yeah, look at that. So when you pop this on, I want you to get back to radar real fast. So this tornado is on the ground around Maystown, and maybe just a little farther east of there. So it's working eastbound. This is where we have debris indicated by the radar. So within the last few minutes, here somewhere along Maystown Road, from Bluff Road towards Maystown Road, heading towards Maystown, this tornado touched down and it lifted up debris. We know that because we're seeing that signature right around Maystown. Very dangerous situation if you are over towards St. Joe, if you're over towards Kaskaskia Road, Highway 3. You need to be in your safe place now with this storm as we continue to track it. This is a tornado warned storm. Again, tornado warning continues. Now a confirmed tornado down here in Maystown. In that area, what the radar is seeing is stuff other than raindrops and hailstones, and it knows that. And so we can confirm that debris has been lofted into the air with that. I want to pop that back on, Gary, and we're going to just check very quickly, see if we can do a cross-section on that and get an idea, if it'll let me do that, to see maybe how high that is. That storm is really quite high, but I want to see what the debris looks like on that. I'm not sure it's going to let me do it, but we're going to find out because this is kind of important. It's not letting me show you that. When we detect how high that debris goes, it kind of gives us an indication of how intense that storm is. So we know it's intense. We know there's big hail north of Maystown, north of Tipton, south of Waterloo. If you're in this area, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is a dangerous storm, confirmed tornado on the ground, somewhere around the Maystown area over towards Burkesville. This is Monroe County, approaching Route 3. And St. Joe, Burkesville, Tipton, you need to be in your safe place. If you're over in St. Clair County, in towards Hecker, Redbud, be prepared. And Laura Barcheski will be heading towards the Maystown area here shortly with the latest on that. Now, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings back in Jefferson County. The storms here down towards Richwoods have weakened a little bit, and that warning down there over Crawford County, that's no longer anything that's a big concern. These are concerns, though. The storms that are in the metro area that continue to develop around the St. Louis area, we are continuing to monitor any of these storms for rotation. In addition, we have that tornado warning and that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that is very close now to the terminal Doppler radar here that is out in St. Charles County along with the other Doppler. Now let's go back down to this storm that's down here towards Maystown and just kind of looking at the last hour. There's your circulation showing up from the Doppler at the airport, near the airport in St. Charles County. So that's definitely still showing the circulation here. And Gary, when I look at this, you know, it's very concerning because we know these storms are moving into areas that are favorable for circulations, for tornadoes, for the very large hail. We've got a new tornado warning for Jefferson County here, and this is going to be the southern part of that storm. It's starting to hook there too.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you if that was. It looks so similar on the signature, and that obviously that one continues. Different than the one that we have confirmed, though, of course.
Yeah, but very, you know, we're seeing the signature, the storm's rotating, and you're getting the hook, the classic hook that, you know, back in the 1950s was the first time they saw that on the radar, and it was the first time that, you know, we saw this kind of thing. Now it's a commonplace. We have other tools that help us find that. But right now, if you're in the area, this would be around or just east of DeSoto. So if you're in this area, this is going to be just west of Highway 67. We're zooming in for you. Highway 67, Missouri 110. You know, from DeSoto eastward over towards Olympian Village, you now need to be in your safe place. Rotation is indicated here in and around the DeSoto area. You know, the exact location may be off just a little bit. Radar sometimes does that. But from Festus south along 55, you're also in this tornado warning. I know Tracy Hinson's been in this area so far this afternoon. Tracy, I'm wondering where you are right now and what you can tell us. Again, tornado warning is in effect for southern Jefferson County. That includes DeSoto, Olympian Village, Selma, Danby, Festus. You all should be in your safe place. Confirmed tornado over here went through Maystown, and now that circulation's approaching the Brooksville area right now. So Brooksville, you're in the path of that. all of you folks down to the south of St. Louis in these tornado warned storms, which are showing classic hook echoes, should be in your safe place, along with those of you in North St. Louis County. Tracy, what do you have out there?
Scott, sure. So I'm now traveling north, mainly to stay out of that tornado warning area that's towards the south in Festus. So I'm heading north along Interstate 55, but my camera is pointed further down to the south. Now, for that storm in Maystown, Gary was right. It was only on it briefly until we got some trees and some bluffs in the way, but we did have that wall cloud as it made its way into Maystown, and you could see kind of the circulation of that storm forming. Right now, it's just very heavy rainfall. Of course, we're headed north. We're heading away from that dangerous area in that's further down to the south along Interstate 55. But once that signature passes by, we're going to go ahead and turn around and head back down that direction to see if anything forms of that one. Of course, we're pretty far from any bridges. Otherwise, we would have, if we could fly, we would have crossed into Maystown to see what was going on over there behind that storm. As far as rainfall goes, it's been very heavy, but we haven't seen any hail so far down here. So we're traveling along Interstate 55. This camera, though, is pointed towards the south where those stronger storms are.
All right, thanks, Tracy. And again, as we're tracking these storms, much of the metro area under severe thunderstorm warnings right now, including from St. Louis east into Madison and St. Clair County. We have our confirmed tornado. Look at all that cloud to ground lightning down into Monroe County right now. That storm confirmed in Maysville. It is tracking towards the east. That eventually is going to be heading towards New Athens. I would anticipate a new tornado warning to come out shortly for southern portions of St. Clair County. You have the tornado warning for that cell that's rotating right now down into southern portions of Jefferson County. And we still have this tornado warning that's kind of along the river here as you're getting up into the Orchard Farm area of St. Charles County. That's going to kind of roll right across far northern portions of St. Louis County. I think, though, that it's looking like it's going to be more north of Lindbergh and right along the river and then heading towards the Alton area if it can continue to show signs of circulation there. We have had reports with that storm in St. Charles of hail up to the size of 3 inches. So baseball and just a little larger hail than that. These storms are also hailers all across the Metro East and then down to the south of St. Louis, in addition to creating those circulations and those possible tornadoes. The tornado confirmed by radar in Maystown. We could see debris lofted. So again, in Monroe County, especially east of Maystown and then heading towards southern portions of St. Clair County, we need you to be in your safe place right now. That's a basement. If you don't have a basement, then you should head to the lowest floor of whatever building you're in. You're staying away from windows, you're staying away from doors, and you're basically trying to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This storm, particularly a nasty looking storm here south of Waterloo, the traditional signature that you would expect here with that storm, with the hook showing up right here. And just to kind of track out, and I'll give it a little broader track, but where we think that circulation, that tornado might be with it moving to the east, northeast, St. Joe and Tipton in the path of this. And eventually it's going to go very close to or just north of Redbud and very close and perhaps just south of Hecker. So these are the concerns we have here as we're heading through the remainder of the evening with these storms and the severe weather that they are bringing. Tornadoes are on the table. Some of them may get on the ground and they may last a while, especially for this area down to the south and southeast of St. Louis. That was what we could tell from our mesoanalysis earlier, where we're actually looking at all of the ingredients that go into producing severe weather. Gary Frank and I were remarking a little while ago that this area was just really primed for the potential of strong to severe thunderstorms. We're seeing that realized now. We're also seeing those storms rotate, and we're seeing the possibility of tornadoes spinning out of these storms. If you're in the path of one of these storms, we want you to be safe. Okay, we love to see pictures. That's great. But we don't want you outside while these storms are rolling in to show us what's going on. We want you to be safe. Go into your safe place. If you've got friends that are out ahead of these storms, and there's a new severe thunderstorm warning, looks like, for that cell, that one's starting to rotate there along the Kaskaskia River in Clinton County. If you have friends that are out ahead of these storms, call them, let them know that they mean business. These are serious storms that are coming in. They've been producing a tremendous amount of hail, and I mean, we're talking large hail. We're getting now $half to quarter-size hail in Pontoon Beach. So tremendous amount of hail out of these storms, in addition to the tornado threat, in addition to the strong winds that may be occurring with these storms. So right now, it looks like that tornado threat up in St. Charles County is really right along the Missouri River and heading towards West Alton. That would be the area we'd be more concerned about. And also this area that's up north of Lindbergh and west of 367 as you make your approach towards the bridge heading into St. Charles County out of North St. Louis County. But again, that's not the only cell. That's one of many rotating cells. The storm that's down here across portions of Monroe County looks like we lost a little bit of that feature of the hook, but nonetheless, it's still rotating, and that tornado warning continues in effect right now.
Scott, I just want to figure this out because you were talking about some danger in Festus and DeSoto, which is right across the river from Maystown. They are already a target. Is it possible that this storm will continue to be a target for Maystown and that area over in Illinois?
We would think this one will track at least the tornadic part of it. We would think would track just south of Maystown. The problem is Maystown maybe didn't get in on the big hail with the tornado that rolled through that vicinity. But with this storm that's coming out of Jefferson County, once it crosses the river, it probably does produce big hail in Maystown. Now, there's still circulation here. Right now, that circulation, Festus, I'd be surprised if you're not getting at the very least some pea-size hail up there in Festus at the very least, and then down along Highway 67 as you make the turn there, maybe even some more.
And Scott,
yeah.
Go ahead, Kelly.
We have received word from the Monroe County EMA director, and he is telling us there was a radar indicated report of a tornado near Maystown.
Okay,
So
and
far,
I
his
know-
crews are on the
Yeah.
ground in the area, so they have not confirmed yet that it has touched down.
Yeah, and I know they're the emergency
But you saw a
managers.
debris signature.
Yeah, we saw the debris signature, so we know it picked up something. We don't know what,
Right.
but we know it picked up something. This is a new tornado warning here. You folks up to our north, Panhandle of Montgomery County and northern portions of Macoupin County, Verdon, Girard, Illinois, up here as you go up towards Farmersville to the north. There's a tornado warning there for a storm that's just to the north, kind of riding along the county borders there. So that may turn a little to the right. And so that's why we want you all up to the north there in northern Macoupin and northern Montgomery County to take shelter as well. Still have the tornado warning here for this northern portions of St. Louis County, far northern portions, and far eastern portions of St. Charles County. Your threat is generally over here if you're west of 270. If you're west of 270, unless something else develops, and that's possible, your threat is over for the time being. Not to say there won't be something else a little later on this evening, but for the time being, the threat is over. Let's go back into this area around Waterloo and around Maystown. We still have that circulation showing up here. It's trudging onto the east. We have the other circulation now that's approaching Selma there in Jefferson County. This is just north of St. Francis and St. Genevieve County here. That circulation showing up as well, and that is sliding towards the east, which is going to impact southern portions of Monroe County. Monroe County's really had it rough here the last couple of days with hail last night and now this ongoing right at the moment.
So, Gary and Scott, give us an idea of what will stabilize this situation, because you said if you're west of 270, you're pretty much in the clear for a while. What will stabilize this situation as we go forward?
We have a cold front approaching. So you would think that some of these storms would help stabilize things overall initially once it goes through. But, with the front still approaching, there's still that severe weather threat until the front actually kind of clears the area a little later on this evening. The worst of this is likely occurring right now. These individual cells or sort of individual cells. Gary, you point them out there, all those little supercells. They're all individual cells. They're starting to cluster a little bit, but these are the ones we really watch.
Well, and I was just going to say, I think you make a good point of how are they going to impact once they continue to push together in the Metro East, and you just see that most recent downstream severe thunderstorm warning as opposed to tornado warning beyond that, closer to Redbud. And but it's how, when they push together, are they going to start to lose their characteristics of a supercell? They're not by themselves spinning the same way. So as they push together, we may still continue to see the same hail threat, but these individually rotating cells may not quite look the same way, where you have that one little corner like we've had from Festus and Hillsborough into Maystown, where you could really see the rotation on radar. You don't quite see that as much right now. There are a few spots where we have some weak rotation, and we'd even watched it near Belleville, but you see a ton of these severe thunderstorm warning polygons because we have 60-mile-an-hour winds and larger hail, but of course a lot of lightning, but we still only have those two specific areas that are rotating on the bottom part of this storm here, and then of course here, the one near Maystown that we watched out, and of course the one to the north, still in that tornado warning at this point, but it doesn't quite have that signature that it did earlier when we tracked it when it was in Warrenton, right? And you could see the back edge of that system. This is all kind of pushing together, and now as they start to work their way together, maybe we start to see more of just a wind threat and adding hail at some point. And that may be out of our area or just the very edge of our area in the Metro East. But, there still are going to be some spots where we'll have to monitor those weak areas of rotation here at this point. So, you look at some of these cameras, I mean, specifically, Scott, you have all these spots where, you look at the weather tracker, you look at the backside of it, you have all these areas where you see some of these low clouds as we continue to look at that specific area with some more rotation and still some of these severe thunderstorm warnings still in place here. Overall, though, not too many areas with at least rotation in the Metro East specifically. It's still those areas to the south where you mentioned with now probably the biggest hail that we've seen recently through that specific storm. And that's also continuing right near 55 and 70. That one looks like some pretty significant hail, and that looks like it's continuing that same characteristic that we had from that storm in O'Fallon where you had that baseball size.
Yeah, and Gary, we're getting reports out of Waterloo that there is baseball size hail in that area.
Yeah, we had that from earlier, and that was down between Waterloo and Redbud, baseball size hail. So the tornado warning now is over for St. Louis County, northern St. Louis County and St. Charles County. That storm is no longer rotating like it was. You have a new severe thunderstorm warning that takes it through the rest of Madison County into southern portions of Macoupin County at this point. We're going to just run down from top to bottom. We're going to start here and then go from north to south on where our warnings are right now, because we have numerous warnings in effect across the area. For our northern counties at this point, we have a tornado warning, far northeastern portions of Macoupin County, far northern portions of Montgomery County, Illinois. That's Verdon, that's Girard, that is Farmersville in that area. Severe thunderstorm warning, Greene County, northern Jersey County, Calhoun County, several storms there. They're producing hail. They may be also showing signs of some rotation as well. As we move a little farther to the south, there's still one more big cell that's out along 70 coming into Montgomery County in the next few minutes that we may have to deal with before everything's said and done here this evening. But then we get into the metro area. We have hail producing thunderstorms. Right now over around Edwardsville, large hail is likely falling at this point. And that's pushing in towards Troy. That's going to push towards Highland. Alton's probably seeing some smaller hail. Severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect here. Then we go to the south. You still have severe thunderstorm warnings across St. Clair County, down into Monroe County, and into Jefferson County, with the potential of circulations and tornadoes as you go down into Monroe County and southeastern portions of Jefferson County. Two smaller tornado warnings there. The circulations not as impressive as they were, especially with that Maystown storm, but still hail, especially in the area around and south of New Athens, down towards Redbud. If you're in these areas, not only are you dealing with the large hail, but we're also dealing with the circulations and the potential that there's even tornado damage in those areas. So we've had a lot of reports of golf ball and larger size hail, including hail up to the size of baseballs back into St. Charles County, now down into Monroe County, and emergency managers are working in all of the counties around the area trying to keep everybody safe across the area. And I know we will have a 5 o'clock restart here, so we will pause in a few minutes. But the tornado watch remains in effect for the entire area. As we broaden this out, kind of see there are more showers and thunderstorms here back to the west. There's another batch here as we go into southwest Missouri that could impact our southern counties. They have a significant wind damage threat with them as they're working across the Ozarks. And you still see ahead of the front more thunderstorms back here across parts of mid-Missouri. So we're not out of the woods yet. Even after this first batch, we will have additional development across the region and the potential for severe weather continuing for a while. So just as a reminder, the tornado watch is in effect for all of our counties. That is staying in effect right through 9 o'clock tonight. You see the tornado warnings also indicated by the red there. And your safe place is going to be in a basement. If you don't have a basement, then you're going to the lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and you're putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You can watch these thunderstorms develop and blossom across the region. The cluster coming out of Oklahoma into southwest Missouri, into Arkansas and the Ozarks, that is now taking advantage of the warmer, more moist air and really starting to blow up across portions of southern Missouri. And then in the metro area, we've been tracking the showers and thunderstorms that have been blowing up and creating severe thunderstorms with that very large hail and those tornadoes that have been across the area. We have one confirmed tornado by the radar, and that was down in the Maystown area. And now you're seeing these storms continuing to track up to the east and northeast, and they are producing a fair amount of hail across the region. So these are storms that we're going to have to deal with on the Illinois side and south of St. Louis for at least the next couple of hours. And then as we get into later this evening, we should start to see at least this first wave diminish some. And since it cools the air a little bit, maybe the next round right along the front won't be as bad as what we've seen so far. These obviously have caused a lot of property damage around the St. Louis area since we have golf ball to up to baseball size hail with these storms as they're sliding through. You can see the cameras that we're looking at right now, our weather tracker out, looking around, staying safe in doing so. We're not going into the worst part of the storm because that's not safe, and we're not going to do that. We don't want our people to be at risk. We don't want you to be at risk. Again, we're getting a lot of pictures that are coming in on our Facebook feed and on our digital feed, and we certainly appreciate those. We'll try to get to them as we can, but we also don't want you to go out and stand in the storm and take pictures. When it's safe to do so, feel free to share those pictures with us. So we are continuing to watch these storms. A lot of hail with these storms. St. Jacob, eastern portions of Madison County. Probably some rotation in these storms as well, though no imminent tornado with that in Madison County. But if you're over towards Carlisle, over towards Greenville, even towards Nokomis, Ramsey, and Vandalia, can't see a reason why these storms won't make it to you and still be hefty, intense storms as they come into that area. We go a little farther south, still looking at a new tornado warning that was literally just issued now across southern portions of Monroe County and to go into southern portions of St. Clair County. So this is a tornado warning and hail up to the size of 2 inches. This one's in effect. Going to be in effect until 6 o'clock tonight, so for another hour. That tornado showing up very close to Crystal City right now, and again, multiple rotations with this storm. Let's switch it over to velocity very carefully and quickly here, just so if we can see where that is. Oh yeah, you can see that showing up right there. So it's going to be moving towards Fultz, just south of Maystown, but Maystown gets some hail out of this. If you're in the path of this storm across southern portions of Monroe County and over into portions of St. Clair County, you need to be in your safe place right now. That includes Fultz, it includes Red Bud, it includes New Athens, it includes Hecker. Again, just south of Maystown is likely where this circulation is going to be as we head through the next half hour. This is a new tornado warning for southern portions of Monroe County into far northwestern portions of Randolph County and southern portions of St. Clair County. You're watching Storm Alert coverage on 5 on Your Side.
This is 5 on your side at 5. Focused on you.
We continue our storm alert coverage this evening. Our Weather First team is tracking a strong storm system in the area. We have at least one confirmed tornado in Maystown, Illinois. That is east of Festus. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Bush.
And I'm Kelly Jackson. We have had a busy afternoon. We have a crew on the way to Maystown now, and we will check in with them soon. We have seen several tornado warnings in the last hour and a half, and we have team coverage from our Weather First team. Meteorologist Tracy Henson has a live look from our storm tracker, and we also have several reporters going to these areas being impacted the most. But first, let's start with Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell.
Yeah, I'm joined by Gary Frank here in the studio, and we've been tracking these storms all afternoon long. They have provided quite the punch across the metro area, but so far we haven't had a lot of extensive damage reports from tornadoes or from wind. What we have had is a huge number of hail reports and one confirmed tornado where we could see the debris lofted into the radar scan on the radar, and that was in Maystown. That same area now under a new tornado warning. So we want to get you caught up on where the warnings are. For the most part, they are east and south of St. Louis and northeast of St. Louis. Into the Metro East, we have these very intense thunderstorms right now. So severe thunderstorms, Madison County into St. Clair County, and now southern St. Clair County back into Monroe County. That is where we're looking at this tornado warning that was just issued as the storm is pulling out of Jefferson County, and the rotation with this one looks like it's going to go between Maystown and Fultz. Now, Maystown, we don't know how much damage there was or if it was just west of Maystown, but the areas that may have been hit by a tornado now are in line for some larger hail as this storm slides on by. So as far as the circulation, there's really, it looks like a couple of circulations here, as best we can tell with this. Yeah, there's two different circulations. One is working into far southern portions. You see it there, south of Hecker and just to the northwest of Redbud right now. So just north of downtown Redbud. You definitely should be in your safe place. If there's a tornado happening, it's happening now. That's where the circulation is. And this radar picture, it's a few minutes old. We go off to the west, we'll drag this back, and there's another circulation over here approaching Fultz. So again, southern portions of Monroe County into southern St. Clair County, you need to be in your safe place right now. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings, much of Madison County, stretching into Macoupin County, as well as Greene and northern portions of Jersey County. And for far northern portions of Montgomery County in Illinois, a tornado warning there continues for just a few minutes longer as that supercell is spinning right along the northern county border there. As we look to the southwest of St. Louis, we have new severe thunderstorm warnings just issued for southern portions of Phelps County down into Dent County. These storms that are down here over the Ozarks, they pose a very big wind risk. Straight line winds with these storms and maybe isolated tornadoes. That's going to impact areas of Iron, Reynolds, and Madison County here in a little bit. So the immediate threat right now from large hail and potentially a tornado or two, southern St. Clair County, southern portions of Monroe County in Illinois. And those are the two circulations that we continue to watch. Just to get you a quick storm track on those two, so some of the areas where we're more confident that there's going to be problems, and assuming that tornado is right over Redbud right now, even though you're not under a tornado warning as you go over towards Lively Grove, I'd still be getting ready to get to my safe place if you're in that area right now. That first circulation, very close to New Athens here in about the next 8 to 10 minutes or so. And then we look back to the west, kind of pick up the next circulation here that's coming in towards Fultz. That's going to be coming in and trying to push in towards Redbud again at about 5:24. So it seems like never-ending storms here for the areas down to the south of St. Louis. And so these are the spots where we continue to track the storms. And our storm tracker, Tracy Henson, has been out in the storm tracker this afternoon. She has been south down into portions of Jefferson County as these severe thunderstorms are rolling through. Tracy, what have you been able to find out for us?
So currently, Scott, we are heading down towards the Waterloo area. We're making our way along 3 here. Just lots of heavy rain. We're heading towards those thicker clouds towards that New Athens area. We are of course going to stay safe from this storm and stay out of the harm's way, but we will try to make our way down there when it is safe. So currently going slow on Illinois 3 here as we make our way towards Waterloo. Those dark clouds you're seeing, that is, the looking from the north to the south here at those storms that are near Maystown and into Hecker.
Keep up to date with Tracy and what she finds out. We know we were able to confirm through the radar that indeed a tornado lifted debris up at least where the radar could see it, because the radar can tell the difference between raindrops, hailstones, and a bunch of stuff that doesn't look anything like that. It gives us a very clear signal. So we did have that radar confirmed tornado with the debris signature aloft over Maystown. We just don't know the extent of damage there, and hopefully no injuries or otherwise. But we still have two storms here. One that's in southern portions of Monroe County, the other that's now made its way into southern portions of St. Clair County. These two on the Illinois side, both of these storms have pretty strong circulations with them, maybe producing a tornado. Radar indicated for sure those circulations are. The potential's still there. If you're in Redbud, you need to be in your safe place. This is along Highway 13 here. Also, it's going to be approaching Route 3 again here in southern portions of Monroe County. You all have been through something. We've had hail upwards of 2.75 to 3 inches reported from some of these storms as they went through the St. Charles area earlier, and that includes around O'Fallon. That's up to the size of baseballs. So these storms really packing a punch. If they're impacting you at this point and they're getting close to you, you should be inside, away from windows and doors, and implementing your safe plan. Know where your safe spot is and get there. Mike and Kelly?
You were talking about the storms going into southern Illinois to Maystown, Redbud. Before they went there, they passed over Festus, and you can see some strong formation and dark clouds. Nick Pagano sending in these pictures. Again, this is just across the river from Maystown.
And then there is, you were talking about all different types of hail sizes. Here's a look at hail falling in O'Fallon, Missouri. We're getting some pictures that were just covering patios and decks.
Yeah, the Metro East experiencing some serious hail as well. This from a driveway in Edwardsville. We want to remind you, we thank you very much for these pictures, but please stay safe. We appreciate the pictures and the video. We love to show it on the air, but do not put yourself in any danger to get us these pictures.
Absolutely. And heavy hail also coming down in St. Charles. It's quite widespread. All right, our team coverage continues, and I'm going to check in with Tracy, I guess, once again, in Storm Tracker.
All right, hi Kelly. We are making our way towards Waterloo here. Just some dark storm clouds. We do have one report from the fire department who was out in Maystown, and they tell us that they have checked for damage and they don't see anything related to a tornado. It could have been that tornado was just outside of town, but at least for now, the fire department did check Maystown for damage. We are still going to head down that way and see what we can find, and also some reports of very large hail out in that direction. Kelly.
Thank you, Tracy.
Let's send it back to Scott and Gary.
All right, we continue to track these storms. And again, the focus right now, southern Monroe County and southern portions of St. Clair County, far northwestern portions of Randolph County here in Illinois. These are the areas where the circulations are showing up and where, potential tornadoes are occurring here. And if we put a velocity signature on this across southern portions now, the circulation of Monroe County, southern portions of Monroe County, east of Fultz, you're seeing that circulation. That's the red and the green that's together there. Let me pull it up just a little bit higher so you can see it on the screen. That's an indication that there could be a tornado in that area. It's certainly rotating in the clouds if it's not on the ground. As we move this over a little farther, there's another circulation. These appear to be a little bit tighter as we go into this area between Hecker and Redbud. So that would also indicate, just like you sitting on the stool and you, as a kid, would spin around and then pull your arms in, you spin faster. That's the same sort of thing here. When these things tighten up, they tend to spin faster. And when they spin faster, they tend to cause problems. So that's what we're concerned about here. This is right along Highway 159, south of Hecker. So we need you in your safe place in these areas here of southern portions of St. Clair and Monroe counties. That's in a basement. If you don't have a basement, that's fine. You don't want to be in a mobile home. And, you know, I want to broaden this out a little bit because these have some potential, not only hail and wind threats, but all of these storms have had some rotation with them. So if you're way out ahead of this line, you still have the option to go somewhere more secure if you do live in a mobile home. That would also apply for these areas down to the south here. If you're down in Reynolds County, Iron County, far southern portions of our viewing area, very rural areas. And we do have some mobile homes, great places, you know, to be out in the country. But if you're in a mobile home, you have a little bit of time here to get to something that's more substantial in case these storms do produce damage. Mobile homes just don't hold up to destructive winds. We've seen that time and time again. We're also seeing a new storm cell go up here right along Highway 30. Looks like as we're heading down from High Ridge to Cedar Hill, that's probably already producing at least some pea-sized hail. We'll have to watch that one to see if it starts rotating too. Still some more thunderstorms here back to the west of St. Louis, although they're not as impressive as what we were seeing earlier. We still have the severe thunderstorms around to the north, but really the focus here has shifted into the Metro East and in particular southern portions of St. Clair County as well as southern portions of Monroe County in Illinois. Gary, that's where we have our two circulations that are really showing up there at this hour, and those are the ones that we are most concerned about at this point.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, overall, that's where we look at those areas specifically. And it's a matter of what's been going on the last hour or two, right? With that line of storms that's continued. And I let this kind of rotate, and you watch how these storms were more individual by themselves. They all started to rotate, and watch over the last hour as we've seen that one lone tornado warning for two specific areas of rotation. Watch how all these storms started to rotate, and then it kind of started to work their way together. And I think that's what we have to watch out for. You know, moving forward into the Metro East and areas in Illinois is how are these storms going to impact downstream as they're still in an environment that hasn't been rained on. These obviously areas still, this is for that tornado warning for Monroe, Randolph, and St. Clair until 6 o'clock to reiterate, right? So as these storms continue to move over these areas, we still look at this area from Montgomery City into High Hill. And while there's no specific warning with this, I just want to point out that this was one of the first areas that had a severe thunderstorm warning, which eventually became a tornado warning. And I'm just looking at this storm, and what Scott has been mentioning is, you know, normally we can kind of give you an all clear once one storm moves through because we've seen the line move through or the cold fronts move through. We're not there yet. And this storm is moving over an area that we already had some very large hail and a tornado-warned storm for a while, and it's still holding together at a pretty good strength. So while it's not severe at this moment, we still want to look at this one just maybe as an idea of we have more storms to move into the areas that we thought maybe cool down a little bit, maybe destabilize, but still it's something to watch out for. But as we look at those specific areas, what I want to point out here is we still have that specific area near Redbud that's under that tornado warning, and that's toward and away from the radar. That's where we see that spin, and that's why we've been seeing these tornado warnings. And we had that earlier, that radar confirmed tornado near Maystown. Still have not seen any damage, but we're still sending a crew, and you'll also see that near New Athens as well. A little bit brighter here, that indicates some stronger wind, and not maybe quite as much on the away side. So maybe it's turning one side, but as it gets further away from the radar, these things change as well as we continue to see those specific areas. And what they've done for less confusion is to make it one broad tornado warning until 6 o'clock, but it's for these two specific areas, south of New Athens and also near Redbud. So once again, it's those areas that we specifically see the tornado warning. Freeburg right now, you're still on the northern edge of that, but I don't think that this is going to impact you. But it's just these two specific areas where it continues to get a little bit brighter, and that's where we see that maybe stronger wind that's toward the radar versus away from it as we continue to look at, you know, maybe just a few more areas with a severe thunderstorm warning. And Scott, you know, we have several spots, some of these storms, like you mentioned, upstream, maybe not rotating quite as much, but it's still something to watch as hail is still even a big factor, even behind it in that storm that I mentioned that's closer to Warrenton right now.
Yeah, you just mentioned it, and the National Weather Service just put up that warning that stretches that storm along 70 into Warren County and on to the east. So that warning now is going to be running farther east, and you know, it's kind of a frustrating situation because we like to say you all are clear to the west, and we can't do that with these storms that continue to redevelop. So Warren, Lincoln, Montgomery, St. Charles County. I've got a bigger picture here of what's going on. You see the clusters of storms around St. Louis, and then you see kind of a broken line farther north and west. That's really where the cold front is, and that's kind of pushing our way as we go through time. So that front's going to push in. What you see down to the south in this area farther south, these are strong winds coming across the Ozarks. They have the potential to produce some very extensive wind damage. Your tornado warning, still southern portions of Monroe County, southern portions of St. Clair County. That's southeast of St. Louis, still looking at rotation. You should still be in your safe place if you're in that area from New Athens on to the south down towards Red Bud or east of Fultz. And then the new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued a moment ago for that cell that Gary was talking about that we were hoping we'd say, hey, we're about done. Not so much. This thing is already hooking out here west of Jonesburg in Montgomery County. And that's going to track along and just north of Highway 70 here through Warren County. So Truxton, Hawk Point, Troy, Highway 47. It'll eventually go across Highway 61 north of Wentzville. Wentzville and O'Fallon proper are not in this warning, the severe thunderstorm warning. But just keep in mind, you see that storm, I mean, you can tell it's got a hook to it. So we're going to have to watch that for the potential as well. Yes.
We're seeing so much widespread hail, and some of it's damaging. Why? It appears it's so much hail this time around. Why is that?
Sometimes whenever you get a supercell thunderstorm, which many of these that are individual storms, or they at least started as individual storms, they do have a lot more resources. There are no other storms interfering with them, so they take all the available ingredients that they have, which includes the moisture, the strong winds aloft, that wind shear that you'll hear us talk about. All of those ingredients have been in play today and in place for these storms to take advantage of. And because you have winds that are not only with the shear kind of blowing really strong aloft to kind of help the storm act as a vacuum cleaner and suck it even higher into the sky, you have that twisting of the winds with the winds near the ground more out of the south or perhaps southeast, especially after some of those thunderstorms we saw this morning, kind of putting down an extra boundary.
And you were concerned earlier today that there might be the ingredients for these long track tornadoes. Are we still in that situation? What are those ingredients?
Again, those ingredients are, the favorable amount of moisture that's available. You're also looking at the potential of the winds, what you're dealing with, the winds aloft and near the surface and how they twist. Those ingredients seem to be more prevalent southeast of St. Louis, but one would think as these storms are moving over the same similar areas over and over, that those ingredients are kind of getting worked over a little bit. The atmosphere is getting worked over. Now, when we see these same storms, and that cell, by the way, that was popping up near Cedar Hill, that's got hail, and it's headed towards Arnold. So new severe thunderstorm warning for South St. Louis County, for northeastern Jefferson County, northern Monroe County, and southwest St. Clair County. That storm's going to produce some big hail. You get the big hail because these storms are so tall. They are going up well into the freezing layer, and there's a lot of wind that's going up and down in the storm. So it's cycling those raindrops and those hailstones over and over through the storm. And each time that little piece of hail goes up higher, gets another coat of ice on it, comes back down. The more trips it makes, the bigger it gets, which is an indication of how strong those winds are. And we are at the point right now where the jet stream aloft is swinging over us and is almost acting like a vacuum cleaner and helping to suck these storms up higher in the clouds and helping them grow. And that's creating some of our severe weather potential this afternoon and realizing some of that severe weather too as those large hailstones are falling across the area. So that's a little bit of an explanation for it. Again, the ingredients all together there for severe weather, especially to the southeast of St. Louis, the greater threat we would think for the potential of tornadoes. They're not as intense looking as they were across portions of Monroe and St. Clair County. But again, when we're dealing with storms like this, sometimes they cycle through and they'll kind of refire and regather their ingredients and take advantage of what's down the road. So even if you're over here into portions of Washington County, Illinois, and into Clinton County, you don't have severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment, but it's certainly possible these storms are going to hold together and move your way and take advantage of the ingredients that are available in those areas. The hail, again, going down here into South St. Louis County, into northeastern portions of Jefferson County. That's where we really have some impressive hail in those areas right now. And that's headed, right to the northeast. So that's headed towards, Melville, Oakville, the JB Bridge. Problems potentially with that activity as it slides there. I wanted to get you this picture here of Arnold. There is your shield of heavy rain. We're looking to the southwest from Arnold with our weather camera right now. So heavy rain, some hail in there. This is going to cross right over Highway 55 here in the next few minutes, and that's going to be additional problems for us. Our storm tracker now getting into southern portions of Monroe County, Illinois. Tracy Henson coming in behind those rotating storms to see if there's any damage. And Tracy is in the storm tracker. Let's check in with her right now.
Alrighty, Scott. So yes, we are in the storm tracker, but the storm is really creating a lot more lightning. My camera is actually pointed much further to the north towards Edwardsville right now, and that storm is really producing some pretty impressive lightning. Now we are, like you said, if I bring this camera around a little bit more, headed more towards this direction here, and that is going to be closer towards the Maystown area and then into Redbud. We're going to check both of those areas out. As before, I told you the fire department was in Maystown. They did not see any structural damage, but we're just going to go check and see if anything, what became of that storm.
Okay, Tracy's in 5 on Your Side Storm Tracker, the Weather First Storm Tracker this afternoon. And again, we'll keep you updated as these storms continue to track through the region. So, tornado warning right now, really just one that we're concerned about, and that is down across southern portions, really, of St. Clair County. It looks like the circulation is moving out of Monroe County, kind of focused into St. Clair County. Doesn't look especially intense at this moment, but we are going to pop on the velocity and just kind of get a look there. It looks like it's west of Marissa, between Marissa and New Athens, and that would be along Highway 13 in southern portions of St. Clair County. Big farming community in this area, of course, and certainly dealing with hail and whatnot is always a problem. And, winds with farm buildings are also problematic as well. And we've seen some wind damage with that. Severe thunderstorm warning there in Arnold right now. Your hail's starting to push in there. You still have severe thunderstorm warnings for all of these storms off to the east of St. Louis, to include Bond County, to include Fayette County, to include portions of Madison County, southern portions of Calhoun County actually are out of it, almost in it for the next one. And then this cell. This is the next problem coming in from the west from High Hill. That's a hail-producing thunderstorm, but it also has that classic hook with it right there on the southwest side of the storm. Is it going to produce a tornado? I mean, we don't know, but we can tell that it's already got that appearance and it's still working with a favorable environment. Definitely has some hail in it, and we've seen the large hail running right along 70. Initially, with that first cell that came in here from the west, it was south of 70 and then kind of made the crossover about in Wentzville and then ended up going to the north over northern St. Charles County with upwards of baseball and larger size hail. That's still on the table to see large hail through this evening. We continue with the large hail threat, the wind threat, and in some cases, that tornado threat. The tornado threat specifically in southern portions of St. Clair County. That I think we're starting to see the circulation. While it's still there, it's not as impressive as it was here in southern portions of St. Clair County. But don't let your guard down. Stay in your safe place if you're there right now. We're continuing to monitor this. To be honest, I know we've got a lot of hail damage, some of which we won't know about until, the insurance adjuster comes out and goes up, looks at the roof. You'll know about it when it dinged up your car and certainly when it breaks things. And I can't imagine, as you look at some of these pictures here.
This is from O'Fallon, by the way.
Yeah, from O'Fallon out there. There's some broken glass there. Their hail's large enough. You get baseball-sized hail, it hits a windshield.
It's gonna do damage.
That does cause some pretty good damage, and we've seen a fair amount of that across the region this afternoon with these storms. So intense thunderstorms continuing to move across the area. The tornado watch remains in effect for all areas at this point. We'll continue to monitor that situation. Gary, Frank, I know you've been here tracking with me this afternoon. You've had a chance to look at some other things that I haven't had a chance to look at. Tell me what you know.
Well, I wanted to look ahead, kind of talk a little bit about what you were mentioning with this storm and the hail production, just kind of give you an idea of why this is all setting up. And like you mentioned, it's starting to have that hook specifically, but, this is part of a severe thunderstorm warning until 6 o'clock. It's just a severe thunderstorm, but it has to do with the fact that we've had significant hail. I want to look ahead to how high this thing's going, and it's going over about 30,000 feet as we kind of dissect this specific storm. So between 30 to 35,000 feet, we've seen some of these maybe reach 40,000. So all it takes is any of this to go up there, like you mentioned, and get some of these larger areas of hail because the winds are moving up pretty significantly. As you look at the rest of the stuff that's going on, this has a history of producing ping pong ball size hail, and that's the one in Arnold. This is still our lone tornado warning. This is why we're with you specifically, because we obviously have a tornado warning until 6 o'clock. So until this is gone, we're going to continue to be with you. But there are also some other things that are going to be impactful as this threat is not over for the next couple of hours. We also look at this wide area, which is now starting to move together, which I think is important. We've kind of talked about where there may be some minor areas of circulation, but right now a lot of this is blinding rain, a lot of lightning, and some hail involved in it as well, as we see multiple areas. And then the other thing that maybe we don't think about quite as much because we've been focused on either confirmed radar tornadoes, big hail, and also, just anything else that's going on, these tornadoes, but it's this area behind that we haven't seen too much. So I'm talking about Lesterville, Viburnum, Steelville. This is also working its way to Rolla. This storm has the history near Springfield of up to 80-mile-an-hour winds. So that's significant enough. Not necessarily saying that this one has 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts right now, but it has a capability of producing it hours ago. And this is still a fairly favorable environment, as even some of these storms maybe near Potosi and Farmington, you didn't get quite as much rain or that cooling. So it's something to note as it works its way in. We'll see how that goes. But that may be the straight line wind damage, which when we talk about tornadoes and hail, those are the number one thing. But, straight line wind damage, Scott, as you know, if it impacts that many areas, you're going to see a lot more pictures and videos than we have of even some of the confirmed tornadoes in Maysville that we had seen earlier on. So I think that's going to be something that we watch. And finally, and when we get through that to move through, it looks like we can finally start to give a few areas an all clear. You mentioned the tornado watch in place for most of us through 9 o'clock. I saw Pike County was removed from that. So that's evidence that the cold front is starting to work its way slowly to the south. And that's why we're with you here over the next couple of hours.
And it looks like most of the power outages, as best we can tell, seem to be over on the Illinois side, especially in Madison County, Illinois right now. I'm looking back into St. Charles, Warren County, Lincoln County. There are a few outages, but nothing that stands out as being problematic. And why is that important? Why do we care? Well, that gives us a good clue as to the amount of wind damage that might have happened in a particular area. If you have a large number of power outages reported, then we know we have tree branches down, we have interrupted the power supply. It gives us a good idea of what's going on. Gary, you just mentioned a minute ago about these storms to the south of St. Louis. We actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning for these storms that just came out from the National Weather Service here in St. Louis. I'm going to add that on here. This
70.
Yeah, up to 70-mile-per-hour winds here. So they are tracking this line that stretches from just south of Rolla down through Salem, Missouri, and then back towards Winona. That's going to be moving into Iron County. It's going to be moving into Reynolds County, and you need to treat this in those areas as you would really a tornado warning, because these will have strong straight line winds, and the potential is certainly there where you would get similar, maybe even more widespread damage than what you might see otherwise with just regular old thunderstorms, or what we might see with a tornado. Now, we have a new tornado warning that was just issued here on this cell. It looks like the circulation's starting. We talked about this cycling of storms and how storms cycle. The cell that we're looking at here in southern portions of St. Clair County appears to be cycling, and maybe we're getting a bit of a merger here with the two cells kind of coming together. Sometimes that does happen, and the two storms start to merge into one and then take both of the energy from both storms and actually create a dangerous twisting of the wind. And that looks like what's happening here as we go into the southeastern portions of St. Clair County, moving over towards Washington County. So just kind of putting that on, we're going to stop it right here. Biddleborn, Lively Grove, Stone Church. Looks like that circulation's probably south of St. Library right now and pushing on to the east. Let's see if we can get a velocity scan on that and see. Yeah, so from just a few minutes ago, here's where that circulation's located. It was located just west of Highway 4, just north of Marissa. Okay, so we have a circulation. It's pretty tight circulation. Get those tight circulations, typically you tend to get something spinning in the clouds and possibly it drops to the ground. One thing we know is in this area southeast of St. Louis, there is enough moisture. The base of the clouds is below that threshold where tornadoes become more likely. Okay, we have a threshold for that we look at. That's one of the things we look at. How low are the clouds? When they're lower, you have a better chance of that circulation reaching the ground. So these clouds are lower. That circulation's probably now already crossing Highway 4 into the area around Biddleborn and heading towards Lively Grove. So if you're in Lively Grove, you need to be in your safe place right now. If you're in Stone Church, this is along Highway 153, Illinois 153. You need to be in your safe place right now. These storms are intense. The circulation is certainly showing up there. Hail is on the north side of the storm, kind of removed from where the tornado might be. Again, this is very rural areas of Washington County, southern portions of St. Clair County, but these are the areas where you need to be in your safe place right now. On the track of this circulation, if we pull that track out, we're making an assumption that it's moving at about 45 miles or 40 miles per hour. And let me go ahead and see if it'll take it this time. And I'm going to put it about where we think that tornado might be. And we're going to drag it through Washington County. So it's right now pretty close to, if not on top of Biddleborn. And then Lively Grove, Elkton, Oakdale, over to Nashville, Illinois. So that's along Illinois 127. Eventually crosses Highway 15. Again, you need to be in your safe place in these areas. That's in the basement. If you don't have a basement, you're putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and you're basically staying away from windows and doors. You got to wear your shoes. We all need our shoes on this evening because these storms are intense and they could break some glass, and even hailstones could break some glass and cause some problems. There's the bigger picture of the storms. The cold front now coming into our northern counties up towards Bowling Green. So once that comes in and slides to the southeast, that's when our threat of severe weather, we can say, will totally come to an end. Ahead of that, we're still seeing development back to the west. We still have that cell that is producing severe weather right now that is in and around 70, working in from Montgomery County into far northern portions of Warren County, southern Lincoln County, and that's going to clip areas that saw some large hail earlier, perhaps, out there around O'Fallon. It doesn't look as supercellular as it did a little bit ago. Also getting the hail and the heavy rain and maybe some gusty winds down here along 55 from Arnold into St. Louis County up to about the River des Peres. That area we're continuing to monitor as well with a severe thunderstorm warning. Tracy is on that storm that's down in southern portions of Monroe County. She's down in the Maystown area. Tracy, what are you seeing?
All right, Scott, so we are headed towards that storm in Redbud, kind of like on the tail edge here. And if I zoom in, earlier this did look like it was indicating some better rotation. It was hard to catch in between the trees, but this is just kind of like the tail end of that storm. We're traveling towards Redbud right now, a little bit out of the way. We did see a little bit of rotation, certainly a wall cloud earlier on. We're going to continue to watch this here to kind of zoom out, show you the overall storm complex here. But earlier, definitely saw some rotation within that storm. Does seem that it has broken up a little bit here, though.
And Scott, we are getting some information from emergency management from Madison County, Illinois. Multiple vehicles along Highway 55 in Staunton, near Staunton, with broken windows and damage. That's being reported between mile markers 34 and 36. We've seen the destruction in a couple of these different pictures from this hail, and when you have baseball-sized hail, that's what's going to happen.
Yes, it's been widespread, and Scott and Gary have been reporting on this. We have received so many photos of hail, and if you have any additional photos of anything else, and make sure that you are safe when you're taking these photos, we would like to see them so we could share them. And here are some of these photos. Look how big the one is on the right of your screen from Christy Matecki. That would be
That would do
baseball
some
size.
damage, Scott.
Yes.
Yeah, that's definitely good. And we've seen that, and we're going to see more of it. More hail's coming down even as we speak right now. So I just want to go over the warnings and take a look at this radar a little bit closer, because we are now seeing the storms actually increasing again across the metro area. Those are not words we want to say, but that's the reality here. So the tornado warning, southern portions right now of St. Clair County over into Washington County, Illinois. That storm, the circulation's just west of Lively Grove. We need you folks in your basement right now, okay? That's what we're saying right now. Circulation's there, can't confirm it as a tornado, but you need to be in your safe place. The storm that's been down here in the Arnold area moving into South County, that's producing some hail. It's moving across the river into northern portions of Monroe County, so up around Columbia, JB Bridge, that's heading towards Dupo, Sauget, and Cahokia Heights. A new cell has popped up out ahead of that just north of downtown Belleville. And look at this, out around the airport all of a sudden. We've got these thunderstorms starting to bubble up now as a continuation of just how unsettled and unstable this air is. You would think that would not happen after all the rain that we've seen in the area, but there are numerous boundaries across the region. You still have some more large hail. We had that report from Staunton, up 55 there, southeastern portions of Macoupin County, with the damage to windshields and cars with their windows out. That large hail right now east of Edwardsville, heading over to the north of Highland. So we're still tracking hail across the area, and in some cases, it may very well be up to the size of golf balls or even ping pong ball size hail. You've got some more of it up here just to the southeast of Carlinville. Honey Point, that's going to head over towards Litchfield and over towards Raymond, probably staying just south of Farmersville. So those are the hailstorms that are in and around the metro area. And let's go back to the west. There's the next one coming in now, northern portions of Warren County. That's in the Hawk Point, Truxton area. That's trying to push towards Troy. That's going to push along Highway 47 eventually. It's going to go right along the Quiver River and in towards Moscow Mills. Hail producers. It doesn't, fortunately, have a big circulation with it, so that's good news. We look down to the southwest, more thunderstorms across Franklin County that aren't severe at the moment, but a new severe thunderstorm warning here. Crawford, Washington, Iron, Reynolds County. That's for this big Boeing area of thunderstorms that's coming in from Rolla, stretching almost down to the Arkansas border. That Boeing is an indication of the wind pushing those storms out, and we're talking 60 to maybe 70 mile per hour winds with those storms, which could very well produce substantial wind damage in those areas. Not as much of a hail threat, more of a wind threat. So we're staying inside. We just got to be safe as these storms roll on through. And again, we're looking down here in the areas that haven't been really impacted so far. Farmington, down towards St. Genevieve, Chester, Fredericktown. Perryville's really missed out on the storm so far, which I know you're not complaining about. But I think because of that, your atmosphere is still very unstable, and all the ingredients for some potentially nasty storms exist in those spots, even more so than what's around the St. Louis area. Tremendous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning with these storms, Gary. And, we look at them. They're continuing to blow up again over the metro area. And I got to say, in the metro, I think the biggest threat right now going forward is probably going to be with the hail.
Yeah, I think that it's a hail, and now you're going to run into this blinding rain where everybody's 5:30 beyond. Everybody continues to stay on here. But overall, for the most part, what we'll continue to look at is the widespread area of that wind damage that's potential here. And this is the area from Rolla to Steelville. And this is where we have that severe thunderstorm warning that I mentioned that had a history of producing 80-mile-an-hour wind closer to Springfield. We have the radar potential that we've showed that's about upwards of 70 right now. And that is, you're talking about Steelville, Viburnum, and Lesterville. And even as I put a track on some of this, you're talking about here Farmington at about 630. So this is moving at about 55 miles an hour. The other storms are moving about 35 to 40 when we had some of those smaller cluster of storms. But right now, this storm is starting to get moving, and as it does so, it's picking up at about 55 miles an hour. So this is where I think you see the potential for more widespread damage, and that's, I mean, you're talking about Lesterville at 6 o'clock, you're talking about Farmington here at about 6:38. So this is moving at a pretty good pace. That, I think, is going to be the big story for us. It's not out of the question, and we can see this a little bit, and notice how, think about this morning's tornado warnings. If you were up this morning, you heard those sirens, different from this times where we had those weaker circulation tornadoes out ahead of this line of storms that moved through this morning. That's what I think this probably looks at. You'll notice how we talk about the red being away and toward, and we don't quite see that as much. These are little weak areas of the circulation. I think mostly you're going to see these pockets of high wind between 40, 50, 60, maybe gusts to 70, and that's where you're going to see the potential for damage. And of course, as it works its way closer to Viburnum and moves, that's where you're going to see that possibility where you have areas that are going to see wind damage here throughout the next several hours this evening. So as this all starts to work its way together, Scott, and maybe form into one larger cluster of storms on the Missouri side, that I think is when it seems like we can finally, kind of put an end to this. Once this whole storm gets in, and you're looking at hail and a lot of lightning and very heavy rain here, as opposed to the Metro East and the Illinois side, where we have still that one tornado warning until 6 o'clock.
Yeah, and that tornado warning still in effect. It's this storm right now that's moving into Lively Grove. The circulation's probably already east of Lively Grove here. Just kind of looking in there, yeah, it looks like that circulation, it's intensified a little bit because we're seeing that brighter red there. Right over Lively Grove, perhaps just off to the east of that, because your radar lags just a little bit in what we see versus where it truly is. So we want to keep you ahead of the storm. So Oakdale over to Pilot Knob, and then over to Kempside and Nashville, Illinois. Those are the places right now where, in addition to the Lively Grove area, you should be in your safe place here. Campside to Pilot Knob, Oakdale. We're talking the area that's around south of Highway 15 in particular, and off to the west of 127. That's your immediate threat right now for the potential of a tornado, which includes Oakdale, Cordis, and Kempside. So you're looking at Halen Church Road, County Highway 21 there, Elkton Road, Fillmore Road, Black Diamond Road. There's Illinois 127. That'll take you into downtown Nashville. And then off to the east of there, we will still be monitoring to see if that circulation can continue to work its way towards the east and northeast right there along Highway 15. Again, this storm has a history of producing damage. We've had hail, we've had multiple circulations with this storm, and we've also had, at least earlier, a confirmed tornado by the radar over southern portions of Monroe County. Now let's talk about the rest of the metro area here. We get back into the heart of St. Louis. Ham operators now experiencing quarter-size hail in Crestwood, Missouri. So this is right here. I'm pretty sure that most of South St. Louis City going into South County is seeing some hail at this point. Once you get to the quarter-size hail, that's when it starts dinging and denting stuff. And so we're thinking golf balls are certainly not out of the question here. Severe thunderstorm warning continues. In fact, now actually upgraded and extended for a little larger area here because of these two storms. So you now have a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes the rest of St. Louis City over into northern St. Clair County, Madison County. There are 3 separate severe thunderstorm warnings right now in Madison County, Illinois. Actually, you could make a case for 4. So this is a hot mess. As you go into North St. Louis County, right now along 170, that cell has perked up. That's the one that was developing over the airport. So let's kind of look in and around the metro area where some of this hail is falling right now. If you can get your car inside, that's really what you want to do, or get it under cover. Get it inside in the garage, get it under carport, or in a parking garage somewhere where it's a bit protected. But right along 70 here, going through Pine Lawn, spreading into Jennings and Bell Fountain neighbors, This is where you're looking at some of that larger hail falling right now. So inside, away from windows and doors while this storm is sliding through. No indications of any rotation with that, but definitely the larger hail. Here's a look at what we're dealing with this cell that's over South St. Louis City, stretching back into the city of St. Louis. From Soulard, southbound, down towards Higgy Road and Afton, Crestwood, reports of the quarter-size hail there. Coffeen, Illinois, coming in now with golf ball size hail. So again, these are hail producers here in the metro area, including in the metro east here, right around Columbia, Illinois, over towards Millstadt, Robinbeck, Boleysville. You're starting to get in on it. Now let's go back over to this tornado warning. And again, this is especially for Washington County, this area west of Highway 127 and south of Highway 15. That's where our circulation's showing up as most impressive now. We kind of zoom in here, and this is the area that's going to be Oak Hill, Plum Hill, I should say Oakdale, Plum Hill, over towards and approaching the Nashville area. Tracy's in the process of heading towards Oakdale at this point. So we've got the storm tracker out and about, and they are checking on this. Report of a funnel cloud, I believe, with that storm. They're not too far from Oakdale now. So we can see on the radar that it's spinning. We have confirmation now from spotters that it's definitely spinning, and there's something coming out of the clouds. Whether it's touching the ground remains to be seen. You need to be in your safe place if you are in Washington County in Illinois, especially southwest of Nashville at this point. Again, looking in the metro area where we have a large population that's getting pelted by some hail right now. Kind of go back over here, and you can see all the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect around St. Louis right now. Large hail with these storms. They are still building back into parts of northern Jefferson County and even back into parts of Franklin County. And a new severe thunderstorm warning for this clump of storms that's coming in towards Herman, northern Gasconade County, northwestern portions of Franklin County, and into Warren County. We have some video,
Yeah, Scott, let's take a look at some of this damage. We were talking about how destructive some of this hail can be. Tracy Durand from O'Fallon, Missouri, sent this video in, and you can see what baseball-size hail or ping-pong-size hail can do to a car.
It is amazing. You can imagine there will probably be a lot of motorists who will be calling their insurance company either tonight or in the morning, not only for cars, but for their homes.
Right. I mean, if it's doing this kind of damage to your car, you know what kind of damage it can do to your roof.
Right.
And so the insurance adjusters will be very busy in the next few days.
We also want to mention that Brent Solomon, he is headed to Staunton, where we were reporting a number of vehicles with their windshields are also damaged. So we do have a crew headed that way, and we also have a crew headed to Maystown with that reported tornado that touched down.
And Tracy is in the storm tracker, and she is headed to Oakdale. And Scott, you mentioned the funnel cloud. She has heard from some folks that that people can see a funnel cloud, so that's why she is headed in that direction.
Yeah, and we'll see if it, if it's able to touch down. A funnel cloud that doesn't touch down is a funnel cloud. Once they do touch down, it becomes a tornado. So again, you have a pretty good view of these storms over in Illinois because you've got farmland there and it's fairly flat. So you've got a pretty good view to see what's coming, which is a good thing. I want you to take a look at this picture, though. This is the radar right now around the St. Louis area. And it's just not really easing up for the metro area. We still have numerous severe thunderstorm and that one tornado warning that's in effect right now. So I'll add the warnings on here. We'll kind of go through them. First and foremost, treat all of these storms seriously because they are packed quite the punch, not only from hail, but in some cases, winds. We know we at least had a tornado briefly touch down. We don't know how long it was on the ground or if it did any damage. But basically from the metro area, out Interstate 70, up Interstate 55, severe thunderstorm warning. Out 64, severe thunderstorm warning. Our tornado warning, We're going to do that first because this is the area of greatest concern. That's in the Oakdale area now. They reported that funnel cloud around Oakdale. One would guess that that's now kind of southwest of Nashville, approaching Highway 127 here. So that circulation is going to continue to slide off towards the east, maybe east-northeast, Pilot Knob over to Radome and into Ashley, as well as Nashville. All along this stretch, you need to be in your safe place at this point. And that includes County Highway 17 here, which is just off to the southeast of downtown Nashville. And you're looking Locust Creek Road, Black Diamond Road. Those are some of the roads that could be impacted by this. Again, it's pretty flat country here, so you should be able to see it. But if you see it, we want you in your basement. We don't want you standing out there watching it. We want you to be safe. If you don't have a basement, as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and let's not get anywhere close to windows or doors while these storms are moving through. A little bit of wind with the large hail that we've seen can cause all kinds of problems. So back into the metro area now, and we'll kind of pop this on. Oh boy, look at all the severe thunderstorm warnings here. South St. Louis County, northern portions of Monroe County, St. Clair County, most of it, into Madison County, the city of St. Louis, North St. Louis County. All of these storms are producing hail of some shape and size as it's moving to the east, to the northeast. And they keep building even more as the time is rolling on here this evening. They just keep building. They won't let up. The severe thunderstorm warnings continue east, over into Bond County, into Fayette County, and up into portions of Macoupin and Montgomery County. Again, these are hailers. They are producing large hail. Some of that's about ready to move right into Greenville, Illinois, right along Highway 70. That's some of your largest hail that we're seeing right now. Still have this one cell that's pesky back here to the west of St. Louis. That's right along the Lincoln-Warren County line and about ready to move into the Lincoln-St. Charles-Warren County line. That's mainly staying north of Wentzville, but that area between Troy and Wentzville is going to see some large hail. And there are more thunderstorms. Back to the west, these storms that are back across Gasconade County, spreading into Franklin County, are also producing large hail and may produce some damaging winds. They're getting closer to the front, so the front's helping them maintain their intensity. Farther to the south of St. Louis, here's your Boeing area of thunderstorms. Gary went into detail on these. There's also the chance you could spin up a brief tornado, but really it's the 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with this Boeing line of thunderstorms that we continue to see here approaching Iron, Reynolds, Southern Crawford, and eventually into Washington counties. That eventually is going to make it over towards Farmington and Perryville. So if you haven't had any active weather so far this afternoon, it's probably still yet to come. We have a lot more to get through. Another couple of hours. That severe thunderstorm or that tornado watch that's in effect until 9 o'clock tonight, that gets trimmed from the north and west as that front continues to work closer to St. Louis. But at this point, Gary, we continue to track storms that just don't want to let go of the St. Louis area.
No, and one thing you notice at the bottom of your screen, it's still 77 degrees, right? Normally when it rains, and no, there's been some rain-cooled air at the airport, but it's still warm and it's humid. And one thing I wanted to point out, based on what you were kind of talking about, as we still have this one tornado warning until 6 o'clock and see where that goes, but the amount of polygons, and it got an email from somebody that said, it's kind of confusing. So I do want to point out one of the reasons that the National Weather Service has done a great job with the amount of them. And they're put everywhere because of just what Scott has mentioned. Look at kind of the mess of how these storms have developed from as they've started out small and continued to grow and merge with other ones as they've continued to produce upwards of quarter, golf ball, and even baseball size hail in some cases. So as one storm develops, there's a severe thunderstorm warning. As the next storm develops, there's another one. Then they start to move together, and that's why you have multiple polygons. Even as we had one tornado warning, there was 2 specific areas of rotation in. I tried to combine them, and I think that's going to be more likely to happen on the Missouri side as we see that storm behind. However, there still are messes of areas with, quarter size, upwards of golf ball size hail in Edwardsville, the campus of SIUE, and then you have this wide area of a lot of lightning and a lot of rain as we continue to look at this. Now, overall, for the most part, from Steelville, Viburnum, that's the storm system that you talked about, that 60 to 70 mile an hour wind is possible. This will continue to push its way off at about 55 miles an hour. So it's moving quickly. It has a lot of wind. And then behind it, I think once we get more of this behind it, that's where I think we can kind of wind the severe threat down a little bit. But you'll notice how quickly this is moving as it's from Steelville, Viburnum. And you'll notice that I think this area from Viburnum to Lesterville is probably going to see the most significant wind gusts as we look at some of that. And as Scott mentioned, the possibility of a brief tornado on the head of that, you can even watch that spin a little bit. There's no significant look there when it comes to any sort of rotation. This is wind-driven threat as we look ahead here, Scott, coming up.
And we do have a new tornado warning just coming in right now, and that is for parts of Franklin and Warren County with these cells that are out to the west. So just kind of zooming in on those cells here, they are producing little notches that we're starting to see. And within those notches, there you have a couple of circulations. That's where the brighter blue is showing up here on this screen up against the darker green. A little different coloration there, but we know those are circulations. So we're going to get in a little bit tighter. This is a tornado warning that's going to be in effect. Let's see how long this one's in effect. It's Franklin and Warren counties until
6:30.
6:30. They're going to run this one until 6:30. So there are two circulations, possibly even three in here. One is just to the west and southwest of New Haven. The other is just off to the east of Port Hudson and approaching that Clover Bottom area. So they're going to move northeast, and that will take these, you know, along Highway 100 from New Haven over to Washington, and also here along 185. So these are the areas where we're going to be concerned about. So those are the Doppler winds. Again, the circulations are showing up. This is on the leading edge. Unlike the other tornadoes that we've seen, or the other circulations that most of us have seen, we have seen those at the backside of the storm. They are more of a supercellular kind. This is more along the lines of what we saw early this morning, where they get the quick spin-ups that will spin up. And they're moving in New Haven, between New Haven and down just to the north and west of Union. That's going to push towards the Missouri River. It's going to push across the river in towards Marthasville. I think we're going to stay just maybe south of Innsbrook on those circulations, but just keep in mind, if those circulations can maintain, that would push them into the area around western St. Charles County. So that would cause the sirens to go off again. For the northern storm that's working its way right now just northwest of Wentzville, just north of Wright City, that has a new severe thunderstorm warning that goes into Calhoun County, southern Lincoln County, and northern St. Charles County. That one's going to run for a little while this evening. And then we have more severe thunderstorms off to the east and southeast of St. Louis in the Metro East. Again, large hail, lots of large hail being reported across the area. Our two tornado warnings, just to kind of pin it down, the two tornado warnings, one for Franklin County, Warren County, that's the one just issued. Those are for those quick hitting circulations at the leading edge of the storm. And then we have the warning over here in the Nashville, Illinois area. That circulation looks to be kind of morphing into something else right now, but something that we have to continue to monitor. I would still be in my safe place from Nashville and New Minden all along 127 and points to the east as that cell continues to work on towards the east. Again, it's a little more nebulous over here than it was earlier, but still want to be in your safe place and playing it safe as we go through the remainder of the duration of this storm, because these storms are being very pesky and are very not really moving out. They just keep redeveloping across many of the same areas, which means many of the same areas are getting pounded with hail. So that new tornado warning, again, back into Warren and Franklin County, quick little spin-ups at the leading edge of that, stretching from around New Haven down just to the southwest of Washington, and then that'll cross over the river, across the Missouri River into southern portions of Warren County, and we'll see how long those circulations are able to hold together. There's one very close to New Haven right now, and another one right there along Lyon and right there along 185 out there in Franklin County. So these are quick hitting ones out here, and they're very small cells or storm circulations compared to your supercellular circulations with the other storms that we've seen that are more intense and a little bit longer lasting. We would expect those to kind of wind down quickly. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings also down to our south, and even in the metro area, we continue to get numerous reports of hail around the St. Louis area. Just had a reports in eastern Dent County of 70 miles per hour wind, and those are the winds that we're concerned about down across the Ozarks this evening. Our storm alert team coverage continues.
This is 5 on your side at 6. Focused on you.
We continue our storm alert coverage here at 6 o'clock. We are tracking severe weather across the bi-state, everything from a possible tornado to baseball-sized hail. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Bush.
And I'm Kelly Jackson, and Allred has the day off. We have a team of meteorologists and reporters all over the area covering this storm. Let's start with our chief meteorologist, Scott Connell.
I'm here in the studio with Gary Frank. Sorry, Gary, gave you a new last name. And we are talking about the chances of showers and thunderstorms finally diminishing here later on this evening. But, you know, these storms just don't want to go away. We have two storms in particular that have circulations that are keeping us very much on our toes this evening. One southeast of St. Louis, the other back to the west. So take a look at this broader perspective with the radar. You see all the numerous thunderstorms in and around the St. Louis area. They continue to produce large hail. We've seen hail at times upwards of baseball size so far today. Now, it looks like we're probably below that in most cases, but we're still having to deal with the large hail across the region. So I want to get you into the two tornado warnings here. The first is over here in Washington County in Illinois. All right. You have the severe thunderstorm here. It's been producing circulation. We have had a report earlier around Oakdale of a funnel cloud. The circulation was showing up pretty well in those areas earlier. At this point, the circulation not as defined as it was, but we'd still say stay in your safe place from Nashville northward along 127, north and south along 127, until this storm clears and it decides. It may be cycling through right now. Sometimes these larger storms, especially when they're kind of merging with other storms around them, will have some sort of cycling mechanism that goes on before they once again re-intensify. So Washington County in Illinois, tornado warning there. The other tornado warning that we have right now is for the storm out here that's in parts of Franklin and into Warren County, just to the west of Washington, Missouri. So we've got some circulations. These are different types of storms because most of those little circulations are right there at the leading edge of the storm, and they would be more like what we saw this morning, where you get the quick hit of thunderstorms that produce maybe a brief spin-up tornado, and then it goes on. And you look at the actual radar here, and you can see those storms are pretty extensive across Franklin County and back up along the Missouri River, up into northern portions of Gascony County, and then they extend all the way back into Montgomery County. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings here for St. Charles County. That storm running right along the St. Charles-Lincoln County line. That one is producing hail, not to mention all of these storms in the metro area, and especially here in the Metro East, and then down from the JB Bridge all around 255, although it's let up a little bit around Cahokia Heights, a little bit. But we've still had hail here. We still have hail up in Edwardsville and off to the east. These are producing very large hailstones, and it's causing a tremendous amount of damage. There's another cell here going into Greenville, another one farther east. They all have large hail with them as these storms continue to move across the region. In addition to that, the storms that are down to the south, you can see here, they are kind of, you're seeing the signs where they're bowing out. They're pushing out. The wind is actually pushing these storms out across portions of Reynolds County, out of Dent County. Dent County had a report of 70-mile-per-hour winds, so that's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning here in southern portions of Crawford County, Washington County, Iron, and Reynolds County. We may be looking at straight-line winds here, which can do just as much damage as a tornado. This whole line is pressing on to the east-northeast. It will make it into Farmington and Fredericktown as we go through the remainder of the evening. So we are a ways away from getting any break. Once the front comes in, and it looks like it's made it into northern Lincoln County and far northern Greene County, that's when we can say the threat of severe weather is over for our area. In the meantime, the tornado watch continues for much of the area, and yes, very active across the region right now. Our biggest concerns, Franklin County, out around New Haven, just west of Washington, and then over into portions of southeastern Warren County for a few brief spin-up tornadoes there, and then that circulation and possible tornado down into portions of Washington County. Now, the other thing is we just got a new flash flood warning of all things, and that's going to be for these storms that are going over the same places here. I believe that's going to be, whoops, we just zipped to a different place. That is over in Bond and Madison, Illinois. So eastern portions of Madison County into Bond County. You've had continuous rain here for a while, along with large hail, and now we're starting to see some flash flood warnings coming out for that. So let's just add a little salt to the wound as we head through this evening. It's going to take another couple of hours before this action finally gets out of St. Louis. Our main threats right now will be from hail around the metro area, isolated tornadoes southeast of St. Louis, and then farther to the south and southwest, strong straight line winds with those blowing thunderstorms. So that's what we're tracking for you right now. We've been tracking this since before 4 o'clock this afternoon. Gary, I know you've been monitoring the situation as well. Are you seeing anything that we're missing here? I think we've got it pretty much under control.
Yeah, I think overall, but I did want to point out when we talk about normally we can move through some of these storms and say, hey, this is over, your threat is done with, and we really haven't been able to do that. And I want to show why that is as we continue to be on the southern edge of this front here. You can see where things have passed through. You can watch that northerly breeze that starts to shift in. And yes, temperatures have come down a little bit. As you'll notice, obviously a lot of this is rain-cooled air. But what these are doing is these boundaries are kind of running into each other, and it's really evident by what you just mentioned with that flash flood warning, right? As these boundaries run into each other, these storms aren't really moving all that much in some regard, and so they're raining over the same location. So once we got that out of the way, let's talk about how we run into all these areas where we have this hail, this larger hail, this wind threat. Most of these are embedded wind threats, but it's going to be behind that. And one of the reasons that we talked about that tornado warning right now for Franklin County specifically, but we also have this bowing out, and that's what's going to be the most significant factor for us here is wind damage like that. Even as those areas in that specific area that we're talking about that I would say gusts upwards of 60 or 70 miles an hour are possible just outside of Augusta. We'll see how that impacts once it crosses the river and some of those bluffs. But I think overall it's going to be that area which is creating those little downbursts of wind with some of this heavy rain. And then we have that. So we're still a ways away from being able to call this that all clear, like you mentioned. So we have another 2 to 2.5 hours as we try to let this run its course. But this is shifting more of that wind threat minus those stronger tornado threat that we had when we first joined you at about 3:30, 4 o'clock, Scott.
Yeah, and we're continuing with the heavy rainfall across the area, plus the hail, and that combination causing some problems on the roads for sure, and some flooding. We just got that flash flood warning for eastern portions of Madison County, stretching over into Bond County in Illinois. That's going to go for a while, and there are still more thunderstorms. You still have a couple more hours, I would think, of some pretty intense rainfall in that area. And we've got some flooding ongoing right now, too. I think that's at 55 in Arsenal. It looks like that's in the bottom of your screen there. And you've got some of the heavy rain. The storm drains can't keep up with some of that heavier rain in South St. Louis right now. So we're zooming in into the metro area. Again, a whole bunch of thunderstorms. This has become very messy from a radar perspective and from storm interactions like Gary was talking about. When you have individual cells like what we were seeing earlier off to the south and southeast of St. Louis, they can draw from all the available resources. Now the storms start having to fight for the resources and the available energy and all the ingredients that go into making severe weather, and you get this very messy amalgamation of thunderstorms across the area that are still producing hail, still producing strong winds. Strongest winds are probably down to our south right now. And then we have the potential for a few tornadoes. So as we switch this over into the velocity mode, a couple of things to note. The one tornado warning here over in Nashville, Illinois, and for eastern portions and central portions of Washington County is still in effect. That circulation's not as intense as it was. But look at this really bright blue and bright green out here in Franklin County. So this is a lot of wind, and we're getting a surge of wind that's working in towards Marthasville right now. So as this is working in, this is just west, if you will, of the Highway 47 bridge. So Dutzo's in here. We're talking Marthasville. When we see this right along the Missouri River, it's Highway 100, this is Highway 94. When we see something surge out like this, it's not uncommon to spin up a brief tornado on either side of that. But that's a really good surge of wind. That's going to be pushing east and northeast of Marthasville, and will get into western portions of St. Charles County. So the area that we earlier had tornado warnings for in western St. Charles County, for example, New Melle, Pauldingville, you folks out in this area, you may have some strong 50 to 60 mile per hour winds from the cells that are down to the south. In Washington, Missouri, you're seeing some of that wind too, surging right in across the Washington, Missouri area, right along the riverfront. So that's in addition to everything else that we're dealing with here. We've got those surges of wind. That's why that tornado warning is in effect for parts of Warren and Franklin counties right now. Could get extended. We also have some larger hail going over some of the same spots where we had the larger hail earlier, up here in northern portions of St. Charles County, right along the Quiver River up towards Old Monroe. That is probably producing some golf ball size hail. Metro East, it looks like a new flash flood warning here that covers a good chunk of the area. Now let's pop that on and see how big that is. Well, it's basically Bond and Madison County, so that's still there. But we've had, maybe that was the new severe thunderstorm warning that's up here. There's so many warnings on this screen, Gary. Yeah, so we've got Calhoun, Jersey, Lincoln, St. Charles. That is a new warning. So saith the NWS chat. That one's going to be in effect until 7 o'clock tonight. And again, this is just kind of, we'll move it over so you can get a better picture. That includes the rest of St. Charles County, because now this is actually bowing out, this part of the line. That's showing us the winds, kind of what we've seen farther to the south, more indicative of being closer to the front. And again, the storms being more in a complex versus being out by themselves and having their own circulations. This is one larger cell. So this whole area is going to push in from Augusta to Defiance. New Melle is going to get in on this. You could probably have some strong winds in about 15 minutes or so along 64 from Lake St. Louis down towards Weldon Spring. Odds are a good chunk of this will slide towards the western part of the metro area, perhaps into West St. Louis County and perhaps into northern St. Louis County during the course of the next hour or so. That's in addition to the hail threat that exists and all of the large hail that's still falling south and east of St. Louis. So a lot going on. If these storms are in your neighborhood, and you know they do have definitely an impact, you want to stay inside, away from windows and doors. And if you're under the tornado warning areas, I think in Nashville, Illinois, the warning doesn't look as impressive. Storm doesn't look as impressive as it did. But again, inside, away from windows and doors, a basement's your best bet. If you don't have that, you're looking for a hallway, a closet, something with no windows, no doors in the center of the house, and just stay as safe as you can. Keep yourself as safe as possible, wearing shoes, protecting your head, and we'll continue to track these thunderstorms across the area. It's been quite the afternoon, Kelly and Mike.
It has, and always have that plan in place. Thank you, Scott. We want to thank you for sending so many weather pics. We've received so many as both sides of the river has seen some severe thunderstorms today.
Heavy hail littered O'Fallon, Missouri this afternoon. That area saw hail. You can see the range in size, and you can see what kind of destruction it can do. This damage, again, in O'Fallon on a windshield, and we've seen a lot of windshields damaged today.
Oh yeah, and the Metro East also seeing major hail. Here is the size of hail from Waterloo, and we are hearing reports of damage causing hail from people also in Edwardsville. Look at the size of hail in that area, and you can see that parking lot. It was just so much, it's covered with hail.
And a viewer sent in photos saying this is the second round of hail that they have seen in just hours. She lives near SIUE, and Edwardsville seeing golf ball sized hail.
And 4 miles north of Edwardsville, people are reporting serious hail damage. Here's a look at photos just shared with us from some patio furniture that got quite a bit of damage.
And we're also hearing that you should avoid the area of I-55 southbound. That's between mile marker, let's see, we just lost it. Yeah, 34. Apparently they've got 30, between mile marker 37 and 33. Vehicles damaged by hail. Fire, ambulance, and police are all on the scene, and the interstate is potentially going to be closed down. Meteorologist Tracy Hinson has been in the storm tracker all afternoon. Tracy, I know you're in southern Illinois. Give us an idea where you are and what you're seeing.
Alrighty, Mike and Kelly. So what we're seeing right now, just a little bit of rainfall. We drove through Redbud. We drove through the area of Marissa a little bit earlier on, Waterloo and Maystown. Did not come across any damage, though. With these storms, they can be fairly isolated. So just because we didn't see it on one of the main roads doesn't mean it didn't happen. Let me go ahead and show you what we're looking at now. We are headed northbound towards Waterloo. A couple of lightning strikes there. We are headed towards an area that is under a severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to stay in a safe area from that storm, but you can see certainly some dark clouds off on the horizon there. Some rain starting to fall on our windshield as we make our way towards that. So some reports of hail in those areas. We'll stay safe. We're still a few miles away from that, but we are going to head that direction towards Belleville and into Millstadt, those areas, to see what is going on with those storms and make our way closer to where those severe storms are right now. Back to you.
Yeah, and as we look ahead, you can see most of this here. This is where 55 specifically is, and obviously this is a bad time for all this to happen. With now we transition to wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour in some cases, a lot of frequent lightning.
All right, we are looking at I-55 now. We'll get to you, Gary. We saw I-55. You can see the rain slowing everybody down. We also talked to Madison County, the Sheriff's Dispatch, about Staunton, and we talked to some people who had several shattered windshields there along 255. That's in Madison County.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, we've had significant areas of severe weather just about everywhere. And as Scott has pointed out, look at all the polygons of severe thunderstorm warnings. We have obviously the tornado warning, which is one of the reasons we continue to stay with you so often. But the wind gusts now up to 70 miles an hour are going to be the biggest thing. So when you look at all these polygons, it's a little confusing because we have so many active severe thunderstorm warnings. But it's because each individual system that has created, whether it's been from quarter-size hail or 60 mile or 70 mile an hour wind, has started to merge, and that's where we're starting to see the flooding threat, which is kind of falling apart to some cases as well. And this near New Melly and Augusta, this is an area that we're looking at where we see that the wind gusts upwards of 60, maybe even 70 miles an hour, just about 1,000 feet off the ground. So this is areas south of New Melly, north of Augusta, that you're going to continue to see. It's obviously across the river. That's our main threat right now as we look at some of the back edge of that as well. As we cross the river, there is also already radar estimated between 3 to 4 inches of rain, and flash flooding is going to be a concern as we look ahead. And you look at just some of the areas that are not maybe taken up by the significant rainfall, between 2 to 3 inches of rainfall per hour in some of these systems. That's moving very slowly. So, Scott, as we continue to talk about severe weather, that's going to be a secondary thing here, even past 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I think so. And, we're still looking at hail across the area, still trying to assess that damage in a lot of places and not even able to do that because of the additional thunderstorms. Widespread thunderstorms across the area. And now we're transitioning from those individual cells capable of producing those long track tornadoes, which we really haven't had a lot of, and we're thankful for that. But we have had a lot of hail as we transition more into the wind threat and the continuation of heavy rain and hail across the area. Right now, the threat for tornadoes seems to have diminished out of most of these storms. It's mainly a wind and hail and a flooding threat that continues to develop. As we look around the St. Louis area right now, you can see the Metro East and then down towards Arnold, South St. Louis County, the JB Bridge, just getting pounded with torrential rain, some hail in here at this point. It's continuing. So we're going to have that combination of flooding and severe thunderstorms, maybe some gusty winds, but the hail has been the bigger threat out of the storms so far to the south of St. Louis. Back into St. Charles County and eventually heading into the northern portions of St. Louis County. That tornado warning is going to expire here in a second. And again, really, it's just this big push of wind embedded here from Warrenton to New Melle down to about Augusta. We have wind gusts 60 to perhaps 70 miles per hour that are pushing into, about to push into the populated portions of St. Charles County. I want to stop that very briefly here. Again, O'Fallon, north side of O'Fallon up towards St. Paul, about 2-inch hail just reported a few minutes ago. That's ping pong ball size hail. That's umpteenth time today we've had to deal with that. So we're looking at that along Highway 79. That's going to spread into southern portions of Calhoun County, probably get over towards Grafton. All right, the winds here coming in through St. Charles County. Let's look at the wind right now. I'm going to switch this over. There's your gusty winds here. New Melle down towards Augusta. That will swing towards Cottleville. It's going to swing towards Lake St. Louis. And if it can hold together, this surge could very well bring strong winds back into West St. Louis County. Now that the ground is wet, you know, it may not take as much wind to knock some trees over. Along 185 southwest of Washington, really strong winds showing up right now. So that's a concern here as we go through this evening. You still have some wind and hail off to the east of St. Louis. But again, now we're talking about the potential of flooding. And you see all the flashing lights showing up there right now. I'm not sure where that is. It's a MoDOT camera. But, you know, we're having problems with the storm drains. That's 255 at 55. We're having a problem with the storm drains. They're not designed to take this kind of rain and hail and that combination so fast surging into the drains. That's causing the urban flooding across parts of the area, especially as you go down now towards the JB Bridge, down 55 towards 255, 270, and then across the river into northwest portions of St. Clair County. Again, we're not seeing anything that would indicate a tornado on our screens at this point. We still have some winds potentially, still a lot of hail. The storm over in Nashville, southern portions of Washington County, Illinois, that storm, it's a severe thunderstorm warning now. That warning, the tornado warning there has been dropped. Severe thunderstorms also down here into Washington County, stronger winds approaching Potosi. Then that band stretches down towards Ironton. Strong winds, some hail in here. Think though this is mainly a wind threat, and that's going to extend off to the east. So now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for that is going to include southern Jefferson County, St. Francis, St. Genevieve County, and Madison County. This is for southeast Missouri. We told you you would get in on it before all is said and done, and now that line starting to push in towards Farmington. Wind seems to be your main threat there, although there could be some larger hail, but the damaging winds would be more of a threat, as is the case back in southwestern St. Charles County. And again, whenever we see a storm bowing out like this, we're always concerned that there may be a bit of a brief surge and you get the potential of having a spin-up tornado. But like what we saw this morning, any spin-up tornadoes would be very quick and won't last very long, and you won't get much warning with them. The rain is just torrential here as you go down into South St. Louis County, into northern portions of Monroe County, and into St. Clair County. So that's where we have, some ongoing road conditions with flooding right now. And you can see the storm tracker is out driving. Our teams are covering the weather around the region, doing so safely at this point to give us the latest information. We had a radar confirmed tornado, about an hour and a half ago, down into southern portions of Monroe County. We don't have any reports of it actually, hitting anything just yet. That's a very rural area, very farm community. So you don't have a lot of population there. And there's always a bit of time that lags between the assessment and the fact that we've had a continuation of these storms blasting us over and over in the same areas. And that's what we're seeing southeast of St. Louis right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings here in Madison County, out to Bond County. Wouldn't be surprised if we get another one here, parts of St. Clair County. Still got to get through this mess here. That'll be coming over the Weather Service office here in just a few minutes. And as it does so, we'll find out exactly what's going on from their vantage point. 63-mile-per-hour wind gusts just north of Warrenton with that storm that's out here over Warren and into St. Charles County. So, Mike, a lot going on across the area this afternoon. Right now, it looks like the tornado warnings, really tornadoes not as much of a threat as strong winds, the torrential rain, and still the hail across the region.
Well, that's good news. But we do know that this round of storms comes after another storm system that came through this morning.
Yeah, the National Weather Service says there was a possible tornado in Brighton, Illinois, north of Godfrey. We are told no one was hurt, but the storm knocked out power, as you can see, for thousands of people in Brighton and Medora. One person who lives in the area told us the storm woke him up.
It really started getting noisy and rough, and I couldn't see anything out the bedroom window facing the west. Stuff blowing around out there. I knew it was ugly, but it was out of my control. Been out here since 1983. This is the worst one I've seen.
National Weather Service says it will survey this damage later to determine if that really was a tornado.
And there was more storm damage just west of that storm in Jersey County, Illinois. Emergency management says there were downed trees. Wow, that's a huge tree down. In Grafton at Pere Marquette State Park, there were no reports of any injuries. And then about 25 minutes northeast, crews found trees snapped in half on State Highway 109. And Scott, you have said when trees show this pattern of damage, it is a typical indication of a tornado.
Yeah, it often is.
And let's go to Tracy in the storm tracker. She's in southern Illinois, and boy, she has got a view.
Oh, boy.
Tell us about it, Tracy.
Yeah, all right. So I am in a good spot for this. I'm just near south of Smithton, and I had a little bit of rotation. We're going to get through the trees here, so hang on here for just a second. Had a little bit of rotation on the camera. Trying to stay in a good spot here. This is probably the type of thing you could see just a little bit. It looks better out my window, and it looked a little bit more interesting a few minutes ago, but you can see we've got a little bit of rotation in a few areas with things like this. They start to spin pretty quickly, and then just like that, they start to move up again. I'm going to zoom in, show you another probable funnel cloud that we're looking at right there towards the middle of the screen. This is a hard to see system just because it is so rain wrapped. Let me turn on the windshield wipers here, kind of get a better view. But you can see this type of thing. These storms all day have had this type of little rotation right along the system. You can see just probably a funnel cloud is what you're looking at off in the distance there. And we are in Smithton, traveling north, heading northbound along 159, where there's been some hail reports earlier. The rain here just started to get pretty heavy. I'll go ahead and switch it around to the front camera because now we can't see that other little storm. If I can find that funnel cloud again, I'll certainly let you know. But we are south of this system. We're in a safe spot. I'm tracking it on the radar, keeping an eye on this, and this is in Smithton. So we're seeing some heavy rainfall here now. So far still, I've not come across any hail, and that's a good thing. So lots of lightning as well.
All right, Tracy, please be careful out there. Those clouds are looking quite ominous, Gary.
Yeah, that's for sure. And that's what we're going to run into now, especially as sun sets. You know, we've got obviously the extra daylight now, but just after sunset, you're going to be seeing anything except flashes of lightning. So you're going to see these wide bands of frequent lightning. And then when it's windy, you're not going to be able to see that, gust front, those low hanging clouds settle in. And while we're starting to see the tornado threat wind down just a little bit, we still have the one tornado warning that they're going to let expire at 6:30. But behind it, we actually still see the wind gust threat to some degree. So I just want to point that out right now. That's for Warren County. It's expiring here in the next 2.5 minutes. But you're still going to see many areas with not only very heavy rain. I don't know about you, but every 2 seconds I get a notification from my house that there's lightning flashing outside and it says motion, right? And so that's what you're going to run into, as well as wind gusts over 40, 50, and 60 miles an hour. And this is the area that is probably a spot that really hadn't been talked about as much because you didn't see that initial development south, but this is the leading edge of that, where we have that 60 to 70 mile an hour wind potential. And while it's weakening just a little bit, we still see the possibility of maybe a brief tornado. So if we're going to see it anywhere, I think it's going to be here to the south as this maybe crosses the river. But otherwise, this is more of a wind threat where you're going to see even behind that initial area near New Melly where we had those bursts of wind. There's probably still behind this maybe a quick 40, 50 mile an hour wind gust. And as you mentioned, Scott, when you talk about the amount of rain that we've had, we've gone from everything's really dry to all this rain, and now the trees can move pretty easily. And I think even with 40, 50 mile an hour wind, we're probably going to see a lot more damage, even by tomorrow morning after the sun sets, just because everybody's going to it's going to take a while for this to end.
Yeah, and mark the date. It is Pi Day. It is 314 Day, St. Louis Day. Because of our area code, mark the date because your insurance adjuster will want it, and you'll need it. So that's where we are right now. We're tracking these storms. We've got hail still ongoing. We have winds still ongoing, and we have heavy rain and flash flooding ongoing. So there's a lot happening across the area right now. And we're going to continue to monitor these storms. Here's the good news. The tornado warnings are coming down, but we're still in an evolving situation here this evening with strong winds and the potential for not only damaging winds, but more large damaging hail. And this is not going to go away for another hour or two. We have a little ways to go before these threats are going to ease around the St. Louis area. This is widespread heavy rain, St. Clair County over into Clinton County. The storms that were rotating down here across Washington County, they still have some circulation with them, but they are not as intense as they were. These storms around the metro, especially from the JB Bridge over towards Belleville and Our Lady of the Snows, heavy rain, hail being reported with those storms, and that's causing ponding on the roads and some travel problems. We still have thunderstorms that are ongoing in northern St. Charles County and in western St. Charles County, and these storms now are pushing into the metro area, moving right over the radar here at the National Weather Service. Really going to be interesting to see what it looks like with the velocity, with how much wind they get out of this. Is it looks like it's maybe not as much as it was earlier coming into the radar site, but still looks pretty squally as you go down towards Washington, Missouri, and also across much of St. Clair County. It's looking rather squally at this point too in terms of winds. So wind, rain, and hail are main threats. We can't discount the possibility that there might be an isolated tornado that pops up, but right now that doesn't look like the most logical thing to happen. So as far as warnings go, we have the severe thunderstorm warning over into St. Clair County, Clinton, and Washington counties. Severe thunderstorm warning here across northern St. Charles County, parts of Lincoln County. We have it back into St. Charles County. There may be a little bit of a downward trend in the intensity around the metro area, but still a lot of heavy rain, and it stretches all the way back to Fulton. If you are north of Troy, up towards Bowling Green, that's about the area where the back edge and the severe threat is kind of winding down. The other severe threat area, this area that Gary was talking about, southern portions of Jefferson County, again, down into St. Genevieve County, St. Francis County, Farmington, Bloomsdale, St. Gen, Bonne Terre, Potosi, and Washington County, down through Iron and Reynolds County. Gusty winds, 60, maybe 70 miles per hour in those areas. So it's going to take a while for this all to finally get out of here. But the threats, at least the tornado threat, is diminishing. I mean, we haven't had any big long track tornadoes that we're aware of, and that's good news. We haven't heard of any injury reports. That's good news. The hail reports and the amount of damage monetarily that that's going to add up to is going to be huge, but it's going to take us a while to get those reports, and minor wind damage from what we've heard so far. So in the scheme of things, Mike, that's not bad. We're coming out okay.
But we are now seeing some information about cars stranded on I-55 near Staunton. Here you can see some serious damage to the cars there. ISP Troop 8 says a preliminary investigation indicates that their units are responding to 30 to 40 vehicles pulled over to the side of the road with property damage to windows because of hail damage. The good news is there are no reports of any injuries.
That is amazing video. This is at exit 37, and as you can see, windshields were just blown out. It's extraordinary. And also, you're seeing hail damage in Waterloo On the right side of the screen, the size of the hail in Glen Carbon can be seen on the left side of the screen.
And more reports of hail damage. We've been talking about hail damage and the destructive force it can be when you have baseball size or ping pong sized hail, ping pong ball sized hail. This is a car in O'Fallon, Missouri. You know, the windshield just completely shattered there.
It looks like we're seeing more baseball-sized hail than.
Yeah.
And we're also hearing of even more damage in O'Fallon, Missouri. The back window of a car seriously damaged by hail. Actually, it's missing the windshield.
Tracy is in our storm tracker. She's been there all afternoon. Tracy, where are you now and what are you seeing?
So I'm in Smithton, and I just stopped here at under a Casey's, and I'm here with probably a dozen other cars as we wait out that hail threat as it passes over. This storm has really produced some torrential downpours with it as well. It is a pond. It is at one point it was blowing sideways here. Roadways, it's hard to tell whether you're looking at a shoulder or you're looking at water over grass just because of how heavy this rainfall is. So we're going to wait this out to make sure we're not I don't total out the storm tracker here with hail damage, and then we'll head a little further to the north into Belleville, and you can certainly hear the crack of thunder overhead. Lots of lightning as well, but prolific rainfall right now, very difficult to drive in.
There's a look over in Belleville right now. We're looking at that heavy rain and hail being reported here in the Belleville area. You know, it's one of those things where you're getting hail anywhere from pea size up to and over golf ball size still with some of these storms. Even though we're getting towards the end of the day, you know, the sun's setting, not that we're seeing it, but we're losing the heat of the afternoon, but we still have the forcing from this front that's coming into the north and west. And so you still have this just mess of thunderstorms across the area with torrential rain, the potential for some wind gusts, you know, 50 to 65 miles per hour, as well as all of this large hail that we've been dealing with through the course of the afternoon. This has been going on since about 3:30 this afternoon. Storms really started to flare up between 2 and 3, and then after 3 o'clock, they really got feisty, especially southwest of St. Louis, and then that spread into the metro area. So here where the warnings are right now, yellow polygons indicate severe thunderstorm warnings. The green polygon for Madison and Bond County is a flash flood warning. You can make a case for a flood advisory or some sort of flash flood warning over in St. Clair County. You're certainly going to get ponding. When it comes down as hard as it is now, rain and hail combined, you can't drain it off. Our storm drains are not meant to take as much water as we're seeing out of some of these thunderstorms. The other thing now is we're looking back here into St. Charles County, northern St. Louis County. Those storms, they're still intense right over the Weather Service office now out there in Weldon Spring. And kudos to the technology team at the Weather Service today. You know, the National Weather Service Doppler radar has been down for maintenance. In other words, they were doing an upgrade and wasn't scheduled to be back online until early next week. And they worked around the clock, the team did, to get that back up and running in time for this afternoon's severe thunderstorms across the area. And from a meteorological perspective, it's been very good to have that today, and we would have been in a worse situation without it. Not that we wouldn't be able to warn you, but the more information, you know, NBC says it, the more you know. Back to Troy, back out along and north of 70, out in Wentzville, you've got still potentially some hail in those storms, still some hail off to the east of town too. So we're continuing with those severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, one thing that we've been talking about is this area down in southeast Missouri. I'm going to kind of switch you over here to a different radar vantage point. That area hasn't really seen the stormy weather. Randolph County, Perry County, you've missed out on it. So as this area moves towards the east, it's going into an atmosphere that's still warm and juicy and ready to, you know, rock and roll. And so we could see some of these storms that are around Farmington and St. Genevieve actually intensify a bit as they approach Chester. So that's something else that we're going to see as we head through the next hour, and something we're going to have to watch and track. We're going to stay with you, I think, until at least 7 o'clock this evening. Once we get a definitive downturn in the intensity of these storms, I think we can let it go after that. But we just got a new tornado warning here over in Clay County, and this is for this area that's not too far as you go over here, Iola, and just to the east. So a circulation showing up here in Clay County in Illinois. So let's get that, and let's get you the velocity of that. So there's a potential from Iola over towards Blair, and I know some of you are saying, Clay County, good grief, that's way out there. Yeah, it is. This is over in the Flora, not too far from Flora. Clay County is in Flora, and or Flora is in Clay County. But this circulation, these folks are part of our viewing area too, and we want to make sure we are serving them. That circulation showing up, it's tightened a bit, and that has prompted the National Weather Service out of Lincoln, Illinois, to issue that severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning now for this portion of Clay County in Illinois. So just kind of timing out where we see that, because it's approaching Highway 45. Now, it won't be in our viewing area for very long, but Bible Grove, South Muddy, and South Muddy's just actually out of the viewing area, but the circulation's pretty close between Blair and Rifle right now. It'll be over Bible Grove in about the next 10 minutes or so. So you should be in your safe place with this circulation. Again, farther east, the storms into air that hasn't been, compromised by other storms for most of the afternoon. And so that's the one tornado warning that we have right now. Elsewhere, it's severe thunderstorm warnings. And in the metro, maybe a hint that they're starting to weaken a little bit. But we're very thankful we have not seen widespread tornadoes, because everything we were looking at today certainly would paint the picture that it could be much worse than what we're actually seeing across the area. Now, I know hail's a big problem and it's caused a lot of damage, and that's going to be in the millions of dollars, I'm sure, maybe more than that. 55 at South Broadway is what you're looking at right there. Traffic's slow because of the rain. But again, no long track tornadoes. I think we've lucked out on that. We've been very fortunate. And so Mike and Kelly, as we continue to track these storms here, at least for the next 20 minutes or so, we're fortunate that we haven't had it worse than we've had it, but we certainly have issues that, we're going to have a lot of things that need to be addressed, a lot of things that need to be fixed. And, we're going to get through that.
And it was a dangerous day, as you mentioned, for a lot of the folks who were out in this, including some drivers who were stranded on I-55 near Staunton. We were showing you this earlier, but it's worth another look. You can see some serious damage to the cars there, and we were told by the police that about 30 or 40 cars were stranded alongside of the road because there was so much damage to their cars, they just had to pull over. So this hail can do a lot of destruction, and this afternoon in Staunton, it did.
Yes, it did. And I'm going to check in with Tracy again. Tracy is in our Weather First Storm Tracker. She's been out in it all day. They had to pull aside because it was raining so hard. What's the situation there now, Tracy?
Well, you might be able to see it a little bit. This blue truck has pretty much gotten out of its path, but there we are underneath. We are sitting underneath the awning over at Casey's General Store here in Smithton, and there's a couple of drivers who are trying to get in under cover here pretty quickly. Let me try to see if you can see some of this bouncing off the top of the truck. So it's small, it's probably pea-sized hail right now, coming down with a bit of a fury. This is I've been watching it, kind of waiting for this to pass by. You can also see it bouncing off in the into the water there, but let me zoom in on this guy's roof. You can kind of see some of that hail bouncing off. It's not particularly big, and this section will pass over here pretty quickly. You can see just a couple little ones. He is partially under the awning, so what you're seeing is the stuff that's making it to the top of the roof, but I would say pea-sized hail roughly. Just a little bit of hail out in that direction. Lots of lightning though, very heavy rainfall. Yes, the hail is a concern for drivers, but I would be more worried about the heavy rainfall right now. Back to you guys.
All right, Tracy. It doesn't seem to be letting up over there.
No, it doesn't, and there is still a tornado warning to be worried about, so let's get back to Scott.
And that's over in Clay County in Illinois. That's where our tornado warning is. Clay County, Illinois, northeast of Flora, approaching the Bible Grove area. We can see the circulation showing up in and around Blair right now, and it's a reasonably tight circulation that's showing up there. So this is going to be probably for another 15 minutes or so that we deal with this particular cell. Also north of Blair on US 45, you have likely some golf ball size hail in that area as well, maybe a little larger than that. And that's been a thing we've seen multiple times during the course of the day. Now, if you look back just a little bit, watch what happens here. So we did east of Interstate 57 get a report of a funnel cloud there. And so that was about at this time on the radar. And we pushed the radar forward, and you have the little hook showing up. Tornado warnings issued, and now that it's been issued, we're closing in that circulation a bit. So it's not as impressive as it was. There's still rotation there, but it doesn't look like it's as tight as it was. Now, if you're in Clay County, especially if you're right there around Blair, along 45 in the northern, northeastern portions of Clay County, you want to be in your safe place now. That tornado warning is in effect. Elsewhere across the area, we don't have any other tornado warnings in effect right now, but we do have a whole host of severe thunderstorm warnings. And they're continuing. They're going to go, in many cases, probably until 7 o'clock tonight or so, maybe till 7:30. So you've got St. Clair County into Clinton and Washington County in Illinois, severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning over by Mount Vernon. We've got another cell south of Vandalia and southeast of Vandalia. That looks like it's weakening a little bit. Parts of Madison County, Illinois, as well as northern St. Louis County, parts of St. Charles County, Lincoln County. We'll add Calhoun and Jersey counties into that. It's a really messy, sloppy mix of warnings around the St. Louis area with the hail that's ongoing right now, as well as the potential that we are looking at some stronger winds in there. This has been a wind threat down to the south of St. Louis. Not a pleasant evening drive down Highway 67 for sure, coming out of Festus, going down towards Deloge and Bonne Terre, and down towards Farmington and Fredericktown, and gusty winds sliding through that region right now. Again, as that moves over towards Sparta and Chester and towards Perryville, potentially it's moving into air that is a little more receptive to severe weather development. So again, the only tornado warning we have right now over in Clay County, northeast of Flora, about in Bible Grove right now, and racing off to the east, but that circulation is not as well defined as it was. Still stay in your safe place until that storm slides on by. A lot of torrential rain that we're dealing with, and we're going to have to deal with that for probably about the next hour, maybe the next 2 hours. But overall, the threat of severe weather will begin to decrease from the north and the west after 7 o'clock tonight. And we are hopeful for that. So a lot of hail damage reports continue to come in from around St. Louis. Kelly and Mike, we're still tracking these storms, and they are still producing hail.
Yeah, and like you say, a great deal of damage. This is in O'Fallon, Missouri, shattering car windows.
And Robert Townsend is live there. What are you seeing, Robert?
Hey, Kelly and Mike, we just got here just minutes ago and the rain started falling again. I'm going to step back and you can see we're out here on Civic Park Court in this cul-de-sac. Neighbors tell me just after 4 o'clock this afternoon, a big hailstorm blew through this O'Fallon neighborhood, shattering windows on cars. You can see that car back there, that BMW, the front windshield just blown right out. Back there too, there's shutters on that house that sustained damage. Neighbors tell me, again, they were just watching the storm blow through from their living room windows, and all of a sudden the hail just started pounding this area. It went from quarter-size hail to golf ball size hail, and one lady even said it was about the size of a softball. Again, we just pulled up minutes ago, but the rain is still falling here. I'm also hearing thunder and seeing lightning streak across the sky. But again, one lady said too, she was visiting her sister here in this neighborhood from Maryland Heights. Her car parked just outside her sister's house. She came outside and saw the back windows and the front windows just completely shattered. Several cars, several homes in this neighborhood, all battered by golf ball size hail. And a lot of folks are just on their phones right now calling their insurance companies, and you can imagine just still assessing all this damage. But again, as we just pulled up literally just minutes ago, the sky started opening up again. The rain is kind of not so bad, but not compared to what they saw at 4 o'clock. Kelly and Mike?
And Robert, we saw the damage to that one house with the shutters. Can you see other damage to the homes in that neighborhood and that cul-de-sac?
Yeah, I'm just walking around here. I can see for sure, it looks like to me, Don, if you pan over to the right there, the window on that house looks to be cracked. We're seeing the sides of houses. Yeah, the siding definitely, just pelted by the golf ball size hail that roared through this area just after 4 o'clock. I talked to a woman coming this way from St. Charles County, and she told me, hey, look, all around our cul-de-sac, there's plenty of houses here that sustained damage. So even though we're getting just a close-up view right now, we're going to stay out here, obviously, and assess it. But she's telling me there are multiple houses and cars in this one particular neighborhood here on Civic Park Court that sustained damage.
All right, Robert, thank you for that report. It's really just devastating for so many of them. Scott.
All right, so we have a new tornado warning that was just issued for a circulation that we're finding now that's developed out here across southern portions of Fayette County down into Marion County in Illinois. So Kim Monday in that area down from Lone Grove. This is a new tornado warning. You have intense thunderstorms here. You're starting to see what looks like a little bit of a hook there. So this is in addition to that tornado warning that's in effect over in Clay County. So we kind of look at the velocity there. You can see close to Kin Monday some indication that, there's definitely some circulation going on in that storm. And we're at a point where we're far enough away from the radar, from any of the radars. We're actually shooting it from St. Louis and also from Evansville, Indiana, and also from Lincoln, Illinois. And so when you're looking at it from all the different angles, you can kind of tell what's going on. And there's definitely enough of a circulation there that's prompted the National Weather Service to issue that tornado warning for this area over into southern portions of Fayette County and northern portions of Marion County. Now the storm's moving pretty rapidly east at about 35 to 40 miles per hour at this point, and sliding off towards the east and the northeast. So if you're in the path of this, you want to get into your safe place. Let's give you some towns in the path perhaps of what might be a developing tornado here. And again, this is going to stretch over towards and into parts of Clay County. So Farina, Oskaloosa, Iola, which is over in Clay County, and as you go into Clay County, we have another tornado warning that's in effect, and that's for that area around Blair and stretching off to the northeast from there. But that circulation not as intense as it was. Just give you a quick little view. It's still there, still kind of broad, but that's off into northeastern portions of Clay County in Illinois. And yes, that is part of our viewing area, and those folks rely on St. Louis TV stations to get them the information that they need to stay safe. And so we're sticking with these storms while we wait for hopefully a weakening trend to take hold in the next couple of hours. It's going to be a little bit longer. We're still waiting on that front. And right now the front is back to the north and west of us. So from Bowling Green, really from Eolia and Cyrene up to the north, and I think we can say we can take Greene County and northern Macoupin County, far northern Montgomery County. We could take the severe weather threat out of that area. I think you're done for the night for severe threat. But the rest of us are still dealing with this amalgamation of really intense thunderstorms that not only have a tremendous amount of lightning with them, but they're also at times producing gusty winds over 50 miles per hour. They're also at times producing some large hail, and of course the torrential rains. It's really slowing things down on the roads this afternoon around the St. Louis area and into this evening. Not to mention the fact that we have all of those cars in various locations that don't have windshields or back windows or side windows right now because of the large hail that came out of those storms. So if you're right now across portions of northeastern Marion County in particular, along and east of Interstate 57 in that area around Kim Monday, and then stretching into Clay County, we want you in your safe place. just to be on the safe side here. We don't have a confirmed tornado, but we want you in your safe place where, there's as many walls between you and the outside as possible, a closet, a bathroom, lowest level of the house. If you have a basement, you want to go there. Protect your head, wear your shoes. We're going to stay safe. We're going to get through this. Again, the threat is ending from the north and the west this evening, but it is taking a bit of time before it kind of gets in here. And as a consequence, the Metro St. Louis area is being drenched by rain and still drenched by hail, and still have severe thunderstorm warnings around St. Louis at this hour.
And Scott, we've been talking about those cars stranded on I-55. We'll show you that video one more time. The Illinois State Police telling us that about 30 or 40 cars had to pull over. You can see the damage. Our Brent Solomon has made it down there.
Yes, Brent, what are you seeing? Are you seeing all of the damage that
Well,
we've seen?
Yeah, absolutely. A very good evening to you guys. Just imagine driving down the interstate and all of a sudden that golf ball sized hail that we've been telling you about just comes pouring down. In fact, if you look below me right now, you can see the remnants, some of that hail beginning to melt in the shoulder here just off of I-55. Let me now come back up and show you what's happening behind me, the work from first responders who are arriving on scene to help all of those drivers who are now stranded. As it begins to become a little darker out here, you can't see as well as you could earlier some of the damage to those cars, missing windshields, and hail damage on the actual body of the cars. Right now we see several tow trucks that have arrived because it appears that some of these cars obviously won't be drivable as a result. We're on the opposite side of the highway. We're on the southbound lane. So we're at a distance from these drivers. We're trying to be respectful of their situation right now as they work to try to come to terms with what's happening here and how they're going to get out of this situation. This is why authorities are telling people to avoid this area of I-55 near exit 37 outside of Staunton, Illinois. Avoid this area if you can. If you know someone who travels this stretch of road, they'll want to find a detour because clearly authorities have their work cut out for them right now as they work to rescue these stranded drivers. Before I leave you again, I just want to show you the effects. All of the hail literally littering the shoulder here, and just imagine these large golf ball sized hail falling on cars as people are driving in the middle of the day. That was exactly the situation right here, right now. We're going to send it back to you in the studio and see what else we can find out here from the scene. Mike and Kelly.
And what's amazing is we have had no reports of any injuries, which is really astounding.
Truly amazing. I know it's so distressing for these motorists and homeowners who are going to be very busy on the phone with insurance adjusters. The hail so severe and so heavy in the region, it is covering the ground, almost looking like snow. The hard-hit O'Fallon, Missouri area has hail, a football field completely covered.
We're also getting some video about dark clouds covering, look at that, dark clouds covering St. Charles County. Sherry Ellsworth shared a photo of dark rotation forming, and as Scott was telling us earlier, it is a funnel cloud until it actually comes down and touches ground, and then it is a tornado. In this case, it was a funnel cloud. So we are seeing all kinds of tremendous video from our viewers today.
Yes, I'm going to show more damage from the hail blowing out windows. This back window completely gone. This is in O'Fallon, Missouri.
All right, let's get back to Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell.
Okay, so we still have the 2 tornado warnings in effect right now over in portions of Marion County, Illinois, as well as Clay County, Illinois. Very small areas where we are looking at those tornado warned storms right now. And that's east of Kinmunday, heading over into the northeast corner of Marion County. Kind of zooming in on it for you here. You know, this area actually had a funnel cloud earlier, and then that storm went over into Clay County and was looking pretty healthy, and then kind of merged with another storm and isn't so healthy. We think any circulation right now is almost out of Marion County and about ready to push into and across Clay County again for yet another surge. So you might get another tornado warning. There it is. It's just to the southwest of Meacham. So this circulation is probably going to go to Oskaloosa and then head towards Louisville and then Highway 45 over in Clay County. We'll kind of slide this over just a little bit. And let me grab the thing there and see if I can drag it in. There's where the circulation is in Clay County, very close to just east of Bible Grove. And that circulation will be out of Clay County in about 5 to 7 minutes. So we still continue in our storm alert with tornado warnings there in Clay County and Marion County.
Look at the weather tracker.
Yeah, and what a picture from the weather
It's
tracker.
like a funnel on the edge of that.
Does it? Yeah, it's
At the very least, a scary-looking cloud, the SLCs.
Yes,
kind
we
of
have. We've seen a lot of scary-looking clouds today, but Jeffrey, I wonder if you can grab that full, and we can see what that actually looks like. Oh yeah, and Tracy, yeah, there's, and you can see that's kind of the back edge of whatever storm Tracy happens to be on right now. Tracy, where are you, and what are you seeing?
Sure, okay, so what we're looking at there, I'm going to turn the windshield wipers on, and I see the clearing in the trees here just up ahead, but what you're looking at, I believe, is just the side view. I actually panned it around to see the beautiful sunset here, and you can see just a little bit of either a funnel cloud or possibly just a little bit of a scud cloud, as that is the tail edge of, or actually that's what we're looking at there is that storm that's just moving towards us. So it could be a funnel cloud there that's off into kind of the Centerville area and into Cahokia. That's the direction our camera is looking at right now.
All right, thanks, Tracy. Yeah, you know, it's interesting here. The sun's trying to set. We still have all these dark clouds and ominous clouds in many locations, and torrential rain, hail, and still some strong winds over in Freeburg, Illinois. Report of a wind gust just a little while ago, 60 miles per hour with nickel-sized hail, again in that area off to the southeast of St. Louis. That storm now continuing to push along the Kaskaskia River into portions of Clinton and Washington counties in Illinois. Not looking like a tornado threat, but definitely still looking at some pockets of hail, some torrential rains, and some gusty winds in here. And a severe thunderstorm warning continues there. Still a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect here. Northern St. Louis County, parts of St. Charles County stretching over into Madison County. We also have for Madison and Bond County, where we're continuing to see that excessive rain, we still have that flash flood warning. It's going to take a while to drain some of this moisture out of here. New tornado warning just issued a few minutes ago for that circulation that's near Bible Grove that's going to go off to the east here into Jasper County, Illinois. So that one's going to get out of the 5 on your side viewing area here pretty quickly. But again, east of Bible Grove in northeastern portions of Clay County in Illinois, Dietrich Blacktop Road, Bible Grove Lane, Ingram Lane, those areas, you should be in your safe place now, just in case. There is a circulation there. You still have a severe thunderstorm producing a possible tornado going out of Marion County. And now for that cell that we saw between Meacham and Omega that's going towards Oskaloosa, new tornado warning. So now we have 2 tornado warnings in Clay County in Illinois. So again, for you folks with these circulations, this area off to the east of St. Louis, particularly over here in Clay County around Flora, they haven't had much in the way of rain and stormy weather through the last few hours. So this air feeding those storms is air that's ripe for maintaining the intensity of those storms. So those tornado warnings are in effect there. Metro area, here's some good news. The storms, they still are there across Lincoln County into St. Charles County, but that severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire in those areas. But still some pea-sized hail north of Troy, approaching the Ellsbury area and sliding over towards Grafton and then back into North St. Louis County, but it looks like the worst of that's kind of slid out of the area. And we still have the potential of some strong winds here in southeast Missouri. So the severe thunderstorm warning still up from Festus south down into Fredericktown along Highway 67. And so, gusty winds are the big threat there. And Gary, I know we've been tracking this all afternoon long, and I think our concern really shifts to the east and southeast of St. Louis as we head through much of the rest of the next couple of hours. And by 8, 9 o'clock, any threat for severe weather should be well east of the metro area.
Yeah, it feels like we're finally making that shift, doesn't it? As we see the stuff on the Missouri side really kind of take a different look ahead. But, as we try to talk about what's happening specifically on the Missouri side, overall things, we're starting to look for when does that front move through. We normally look at a line of storms move through and we say, this is the all clear. We've had a hard time doing that because of every single situation of every storm developing. And you can really see this now. 50's behind it as near as Quincy, and you can see where that north breeze is settling in. We're now down to 65 in St. Louis. So not only with rain cooled air, but the approaching of that front. And most of that has to do with rain cooled air because the front kind of sits here. But as you mentioned, Scott, look at where we still have those areas that have not seen either rain cooled air or that front move through. This is where we have still that tornado potential, and that's where we're still focusing on those areas like Kinmundy here at this moment. So as we look ahead, I do want to look at on the Missouri side, and even behind this, you're still probably seeing 30, 40 mile an hour wind, not only with some of these stronger storms, which may not be severe warned, but also as the drop in pressure, you kind of see that 30, 40 mile an hour wind gust. So even if it's lightly raining and the wind has picked up, I still think that overall things are winding down and quieting down, but you're still going to get some pretty decent rain in some of these areas as we look behind that. You can see that wind start to settle down a little bit, really fully behind now, starting to calm down in Gerald and Union. So that's at least a positive sign. As we head into the Metro East, we're still looking at some of these precipitation rates anywhere in the red between 2 to 3 inches of rain, so per hour. And it's moving pretty slowly at this point in some regard as all those storms kind of morph together. So that's what we're looking at. And of course, the biggest area which we look at near Kinmundy is also lightning strikes. We've actually had some reports of lightning strikes causing fires near Kinmundy as well. So that's what we'll continue to monitor. But we want to get back to you here right now, Mike and Kelly.
All right, Gary, thanks very much. And we were showing you earlier about some of the damage on a street in O'Fallon where Robert Townsend is.
Yes, Robert, this whole neighborhood, it's like a little pocket of a neighborhood, had some pretty serious hail damage.
We're talking about lots of hail damage out here, Kelly and Mike. I'm with Chris Henrik. 2 of your cars, your sister-in-law's cars. Tell us about it. How bad is all that damage?
All 3 of these are completely damaged. Her car definitely is totaled. This one is totaled. The Lincoln is totaled.
Here. This is a photo of the golf ball size hail that did all this?
That went on for about 10 minutes, and then it slowed down a little bit and then continued for about another 10 minutes. I mean, we actually took shelter in our shelter. It was that bad. I've been here 24 years. Seen this happen one other time. It wasn't even close to what this was. We've actually had several tornadoes come right through here, and they've taken down trees, but they haven't done the damage. I guarantee all these houses we've got damage. Ours is completely around. Well, I've got broken windows. I have hail inside the house. All of the siding.
Your wife told me that hail actually blew through the bedroom window?
Yeah. So we've got some serious damage. I'm sure all the roofs, they took a beating too. So it's going to be a busy summer.
You say that you lived out here for like 20 plus years, but never seen a hailstorm like that.
Only seen one of any kind of magnitude, and that was in 2000 that did some damage, but nothing like this one.
Now, as the rain falls on this hood of this car, you can't really see it, but the damage is really bad. Lots of dents.
There's hundreds of dents all through here, and the windshield's cracked. That one is the same thing. The windshield's got about 5 or 6 holes in it. The Hummer, it's dinged up pretty good. It's white. It's hard to tell. That my sister-in-law's car is completely trashed. The holes, there was like 5 holes in the back windshield, and her probably have a couple of hundred on the body.
Hey, Chris, we're so sorry. Thanks a lot for taking the time. Kelly and Mike, before I let you guys go, I want to let you show, as I walk over here and kind of kneel down, that hail has definitely melted a lot, but keep in mind, he's talking about golf ball size hail that did all that damage, but it's just amazing how it's starting to melt here. And that's the latest here from O'Fallon. Back to you guys.
All right, Robert, thanks. We are getting more video in from our viewers and our crews. This is a shot of another funnel cloud. This was also not far from where Robert is right now in O'Fallon, Missouri. This is right above the XL Performing Arts Dance Studio. You can see how scary that looks.
Yes.
I think that's more of a shelf cloud.
Shelf
Shelf
cloud, all right.
cloud?
Scott's correcting us. It's a shelf cloud.
Yeah, but there's
Okay.
still scary looking clouds.
Yes. And more in O'Fallon, Missouri. Look at this softball, or at least baseball size hail.
Yeah,
It could be softball too.
Yeah.
It's that large.
And not far from O'Fallon in St. Peters, you can take another look at, I don't know, Scott, shelf cloud?
I'd go with shelf cloud.
Shelf cloud right there. Either way, it's ominous, and it has certainly done some damage today.
And someone who has really been running into some ominous clouds has been Tracy Henson. She has been in our storm alert vehicle, I guess you could say.
Storm tracker,
Yeah,
right?
storm tracker. Tracy, where are you now and what are you seeing?
Alrighty, lots of heavy rainfall. We are kind of coming in closer to St. Louis here. We are in East St. Louis right now, headed towards downtown. This is in some of the heavy rainfall. We are also pretty close to that area with the flash flood warning. Now, even though the area we're in does not have a flash flood warning, I would say it is pretty darn wet on the roadways, and we've come across a few areas that were completely water covered. We definitely went around and tried to go to the highest ground we could with that, but certainly some, I would say, some flash flooding concerns here, even though this is not under that flash flood warning right now, especially over off towards like your storm drain areas. Any of that has been overrun very quickly.
All right, Tracy, thanks very much. Please stay safe. Let's get back to Scott in the Weather Center.
The broad picture here. We look at the broad picture. We still have thunderstorms. They're still intense, and it's a broad area that we're dealing with around the St. Louis area, stretching east out Interstate 70, out along Interstate 57, and then down south along Interstate 55. The trends in the metro area overall are for a bit of weakening now, but we still have two areas that we're monitoring here. One, actually both now really are in Flora, or in Clay County near Flora. West of Flora. You have the warning that's up there around Kim Monday. That's coming down now, so that's going to drop. The circulation's actually crossed into Clay County. So there are two circulations that have been impacting Clay County. One's just coming into west central Clay County near that Oskaloosa area. And then you have another that's exiting northeast into Jasper County out of the area east of Bible Grove. So if you're in Louisville down to Flora, that circulation potentially could produce a tornado, and we'll be sliding into that general vicinity here shortly. We still have the severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, the most intense cells close to the metro are the ones right along the Kaskaskia River, and these are over into Washington and Clinton counties in Illinois. No tornadoes indicated here, but certainly you're getting still some hail, probably still some 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and of course the torrential rain. Flash flood warning stretching from Greenville back into the metro east here, all along Interstate 70 and 270 up to the Chain of Rocks Bridge going eastbound. A lot of poor drainage, a lot of problematic situations there with the drainage situation. Let's go south. These storms, down here in Perryville, they're strong, but they don't necessarily look severe. And going southeast, looking from Paducah, even though they have air that is moist and humid and ready to go into it, feed into it, that hasn't been mutated by earlier thunderstorms, they're still not reaching their potential. And we're okay with that. We're good with that. Still have some torrential rain here as you go up the Illinois River. Of course, earlier this morning with those storms that rolled through Pere Marquette north of Grafton, we had some wind damage. Now you're getting some hail and torrential rains in those areas too, stretching up towards Ellsbury. But these storms have weakened, so they appear to be below severe limits at this point, and that's a trend we like to see. So east and southeast of St. Louis seems like the best threat for the next hour or so. for any additional severe weather. In the metro area, we're going to have to mitigate some of this heavier rain, but there will be a downward trend pretty quickly, we think, between now and about 8:30 in these thunderstorms that are across the St. Louis area. And so again, the only tornado warning we're really concerned about is for that cell that's off to the west of Flora right now, approaching Highway 45. You got a bit of a circulation showing up in here, and it's a reasonably good circulation from a radar perspective. It's east of Oskaloosa and west of Louisville, and that's going to push north of Flora, but you should be in your safe place if you're in Clay County and that storm is impacting you. Also on the north side of the storm, like we've seen with these storms that have been rotating, it's got hail. And so you'll see some more large hail with that storm. In Marion County and southeastern Fayette County, no longer a tornado threat or concern there as the storm has moved to the east. Still looking at the torrential rain here, Centralia back to Nashville. Wouldn't want to be driving from Mount Vernon to St. Louis right now. A most unpleasant drive along 64, and you know, I wouldn't do it. I'd be stopped somewhere. And that's kind of what we're going to have to do, you know, with any of these storms. I think a lot of us have had to do that today at some point because things were bad with the hail and the heavy rain. It's risky to be out there. The good news is the tornado threat seems to be winding down across the area, and overall, it looks like we're going to see the chances for rain and storms in general diminishing pretty quickly this evening. That's what we're looking at this point. I'm not getting, and Farmington's telling us, you know, they had a 30-mile-per-hour wind gust or so and some rain, but nothing severe down that way. So that's good news there.
Yeah, Scott, also in Farmington from the National Weather Service, they were talking about reports of, in Iron County, of power lines down. So we haven't heard a lot about that, but that is the case, at least in Iron County.
All right, we've been looking at this video in Staunton. Cars damaged by hail had to pull over. Our Brent Solomon is there live. Brent.
A very good evening to you, Mike and Kelly. We just wanted to update you from our last live report about 15 minutes or so ago. Authorities and tow truck crews have been hard at work. Let me just show you the scene here on I-55 right now. At one point, at least 30 cars had to pull over on the side of the highway because of all of the hail, golf ball sized hail, that began pounding onto their windshields and the body of their cars. As you can see, there are tow trucks here right now, as that's been the case for the past hour or so, helping people navigate and get away from this scene that they found themselves stuck in. Of course, many of these cars are now undrivable. We have windshields missing and windows, side windows missing, and damage to the body of these cars. Again, at least 30 of them on I-55 near exit 37 in Staunton. At one point, authorities were telling people to steer clear of this area as a result, because clearly first responders had to get to those who needed help. What I can tell you is that the scene is beginning to clear up at this hour, and much of the hail, in fact, photographer Jimmy is with me right now. Jimmy, if you can pan down, we can see a lot of the golf ball sized hail is beginning to melt right now. But as soon as we arrived to the scene, we literally saw thousands of pieces of what you see right here, much larger in size because it is melting, just littering the shoulder of the highway. When they say you can't deny what Mother Nature can do, this is clearly an evident sign of that. And fortunately, the good news, we have not gotten any reports of anyone being hurt as a result of all of this. We're reporting live. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right.
That is the best news.
It is.
today.
It is amazing. Thank goodness for that, at least. Let's check in with Gary again.
Yeah, I just want to check in.
Huh?
Yeah, just wanted to check in and kind of give you an update on what's going on here. Overall here, as we continue to try to find some spots to wind down, you look at our current wind speeds and gusts right now. Overall, there's nothing too significant. Farmington's the one that jumps out to me, but the gusts of 37 miles an hour are well below our severe criteria of about 60 miles an hour, and they're under that severe thunderstorm warning. I did want to point out something that, as Scott has been mentioning, as the cold front gets closer to further to the south and starts to kind of effectively end all of this here over the next few minutes. Notice how this storm, just as a result of how it's developed and some of the wind has pushed out, it's moving in an area where it hadn't really got all that much rain, but what it's doing is moving closer to that cold front is. So it's weakening, and you'll really notice that trend as more of these reds start to fall apart. That trend continues at least further to the north. So that's an area we can effectively end for severe weather. And then off to the south, let's talk about Rolla, let's talk about Sullivan, Herman, Washington. While you may see a 20, 30 mile an hour wind gust, things are really starting to wind down. And I think overall, that's a general trend we'll see. It's going to be more, let's focus on heavier rain as that wind threat, finally, we start to see that come to a close here. Those are areas we can effectively shut down now, but there still are a few areas, at least on the Illinois side, that are still picking up some hail, torrential rain, and obviously still over the last few minutes of those tornado warnings in those small areas of circulation, Scott, as it finally starts to push not only out of our area, but just end completely.
Yeah, we are still tracking one tornado warning that's in effect right now. This is over in Clay County, Illinois. The storm actually looks a little more organized than it did a few minutes ago from the radar out of Evansville. You can clearly see that kind of the hook echo here as you go south of Louisville towards Flora, Illinois. And we add the velocity on here, which shows us how the wind is rotating. And that circulation's tightening up just a little bit. So until 7:30, for about another 10 minutes, we'll stick with you as we track this storm through Clay County. But this is the last of the really severe weather that we expect across the area. Not to say that there's not still going to be a little bit of hail or perhaps some gusty winds at times along with the torrential rain. But the threat of tornadoes in general is diminishing across the region. Again, this is the last of what looks to be potentially a tornadic thunderstorm. Elsewhere, still looking at the large hail here. Severe thunderstorm warning includes northwest portions of Jefferson County in Illinois, and then along the Kaskaskia River from Clinton County down into Washington County. Still some torrential rain in there. Even in southern portions of St. Clair County, we have strong storms that extend back into the same areas around Maysville and Waterloo that saw things ramp up earlier. And then you have the heavy rain still ongoing here across a good chunk of Madison County over towards Bond County, an area that's been relentlessly hit with periods of thunderstorms and hail with a lot of accumulation. So a lot of rain there, 2, 3, 4 inches perhaps in some cases, and it's not draining all that fast. This is the last of the storms up to the north of St. Louis. These don't look suspicious for us up into Calhoun, Jersey, and northern Lincoln County, but they're certainly producing some torrential rain. The good news is the back edge of that rain, as Gary mentioned, is sliding into the western parts of the metro area, and the warnings across southeast Missouri have been dropped, have expired now because those storms are not gaining strength. They're holding their own, but they've weakened to just below severe limits. So one more tornado warned storm, and that's the one that's here around and north of Flora right now. We'll put a track on this one just to give you an idea for our folks and friends who are watching over in Clay County, to give you the idea of where that circulation is and really pinpoint where it's going. And we'll try to keep it just into Clay County. It's right about Harder now, and then over towards Clay City is where that storm is heading. So again, you're in a very rural area of Clay County, of course, but this is also part of the 5 on Your Side viewing area, and we want to make sure that everyone there is staying safe as well. The overall trend for these storms is going to be for weakening and ending, but it's going to take a little bit longer for that to happen. And we're still in constant contact with the National Weather Service. Down around Redbud, 40 mile an hour winds reported with that cell that's across southern portions of St. Clair County, far eastern portions of Monroe County, and northern portions of Randolph County in Illinois. So this is the picture that we're looking at right now. It's
Scott, would you mind taking us briefly through the day today? Because we had storms this morning, and can you explain how that kind of set up what we saw this afternoon?
Sure. You know, we did have those storms this morning, and we were expecting showers and thunderstorms. We thought they would be diminishing, and they were up until about 4 o'clock.
Right.
And then they found some renewed and vigorous strength as they pushed into the metro area. So we had some quick spin-ups early this morning because unlike what we've looked at this evening, that situation was where you get quick spin-up tornadoes at the leading edge of a thunderstorm. This afternoon situation was set up such that the boundary from the storms this morning kind of acted like a mini cool front and pushed a boundary south of St. Louis that separated a little less humid air from what was more humid, unstable air. And then that boundary started creeping back into the metro area this afternoon. And anytime you have a boundary and you have thunderstorms, you end up making it so that you can create twisting winds from the ground up in the air. So you get sheared winds as far as, you know, from direction. And then you also have very strong jet stream aloft this afternoon that we didn't have this morning that essentially acts like a vacuum cleaner and helps the storms grow and become intense. And so those elements all work together and kind of laid out this area south of St. Louis for the potential of what we were anticipating to be possibly long track tornadoes.
Right, that was your big concern.
That was the biggest concern.
When we were talking this afternoon before all this fired up, your big concern was long track tornadoes.
Yeah, and you know, this is a situation where that's very indicative of what you would see in this type of setup. But then again, we never know until, you know, all the ingredients actually start coming together, what you're actually going to end up with.
Right.
Every storm has its own environment, and you know, we can see where the ingredients are, we can see that they're together. We don't know until things start happening and how things are evolving. Even now, you know, storm interactions with each other have kind of really cluttered things up this evening as these storms started interacting. But what that did is that lowered our opportunities for tornadic thunderstorms other than brief little spin-ups. But you see that one storm that's over there by Flora, the reason that tornado warning is still in effect is because that storm is in this area here off to the east and southeast of St. Louis that didn't see showers or thunderstorms a little earlier. And so this metro area, we've kind of congealed into this blob of storms while that storm's still working with air that hasn't been mitigated by other storms and is still quite unstable. So,
and can you explain why so much hail again?
well, the storms are really tall and they're up there, it's freezing, and you have a lot of upward vertical motion in these storms. I mean, the amount of air rising in these storms, again, like a giant vacuum cleaner sucking the storms even higher in the sky and continuing to have those raindrops and hailstones circle in the storm. They get layers on them. Every trek up and down the cloud, the hailstone gets bigger. And what we saw today is the winds were strong enough to keep those hailstones going up and down so that we ended up with, at times, baseball or a little larger size hail, which was, of course, another concern that we had today.
And as Gary showed us just a few minutes ago, it looks like clearing behind all of this. And what's the future forecast?
Yeah, the future forecast is for this to all move out over the course of the next hour or so and, you know, or at least start to diminish. We're starting to see that trend more towards less intense storms now, although there still could be some pea-sized hail. You're looking here at some hail that occurred earlier, and there's no lack of that across the area.
It looks like it's snowing.
Yeah,
Only
and-
much louder.
Yeah, and in some cases, I think there were spots where, you know, the hail really did cover the ground, and some of it being up to baseball size, you know, that knocks out windows. There were also, you know, wind-blown at times hailstones, you know, battering into your siding, and that causes dings and dents and breaks in the siding. So, you know, by the time the insurance gets done with this is going to be a really costly day weather-wise. But the one thing we haven't had is any reports of injuries or worse. And so, you know, property things can be fixed, can be replaced. People can't. And so we're very thankful from that standpoint.
Very true.
Usually in storms like this, when you get a lot of hail, there's a car dealership or 2 or 3 or 4
Right.
that has
That's been really
sustained
hit.
a lot of damage, and hopefully not enough to destroy those cars, but
Right.
sometimes there's sales after a
That is
hailstorm
true.
like this.
I guess we will see, won't
Yeah.
we, in the upcoming days. All right, want to check in with Gary one last time?
I'll check in just to kind of once again reiterate the point that behind here we are getting in better shape, especially on the Missouri side. As you see, most of this is starting to clear up. I will point out that as Scott mentioned, once again, we really have kind of missed out on some of the potential for some long track tornadoes because as of right now, the Indiana-Ohio border, there's a confirmed half-mile wide tornado that's causing a lot of destruction. So that's not that far away in the grand scheme of things. So downstream, even as we continue to look at some very active weather on the Illinois side, that's the main thing here over the next, I would say, minute and a half. We're still looking at a few areas where those tornado warnings are either going to expire or push out of our area. And so despite the fact that we have this heavy rain, Scott, that's the last thing that we're going to mention is we're starting to see finally a definitive line where we're finally coming to a close of this severe weather, and we can actually rest easy heading into the overnight hours.
Yeah, we have just a few more minutes here with that tornado warning over in Clay County, and then it's going to expire here. And I think our threat is really winding down. It's for far eastern portions of Clay County and northeastern portions of Clay County now as this storm, the circulation's now northeast of Flora. So in the next couple of minutes, it is going to scoot out of our area and things will improve. Do want to show you that, yes, to the west of this, a hint of some clearing. The sun setting tonight. We can see it from Forest Park. We will be very excited to see that clearing trend pushing in across the area. Thank you all for sticking with us this afternoon. I know it's been a long afternoon, and we're glad and very thankful that everyone, as far as we know, has stayed safe. And, we can't do much about property damage, but as everybody stays safe, we're in business, Mike.
That's the most important thing. Thanks very much for staying with us. Great work to all our crews in the field, and of course Scott and Gary, who have been manning the Weather Center all afternoon long.
And we do have crews all over the area, and we will have a wrap-up of all of the storm damage and the aftermath coming up at 10 tonight.
And we will join Law and Order in Progress. We'll see you at 10.